Okay. Well, there goes one. There goes two. There goes three. You know what?
I'm back.
Yay! Welcome back.
I can see nothing but blackness. What the heck?
Who's talking?
Name.
You're also listed as nameless.
Oh no.
Spooky.
It's me, the nameless one.
Wait, is that nameless talking?
It's Hamlin.
Yeah, it's me.
No, you're in the wall.
Oh, that'd explain it. So,
Oh, hey.
Teleport.
Wait, hold on a second.
help.
What kind of teleporter mishaps going on?
Wrong person.
That's me.
You can't see who you're switching to.
Do it from the terminal then.
I'm gonna die like Nightcrawler.
Oh. Good luck.
You look at me. If I just keep beating you up, is this anything? Well, if I just have darts duel you to death with the double counter. Like that. Darts don't care. Darts will beat the living crap out of you. How he picked up the Dragon Ball I dropped.
How dare you blame me for a fool? Yeah, that's what I got.
Is he just goofing?
The Ginyu Force won't tolerate insults from scum like you. Oh, this is a nightmare. We're completely helpless here.
Oh man. Look at that! Friendship! Friendship!
We're the Ginyu Force, the most elite warriors in the galaxy. Let's show this clown what we can do.
We're making this happen. Hold on. Come here. Hold on. Hold on, hold on, hold on. We need to do this properly. Perfect. I was gonna run this stuff off, but yeah, you go ahead. I'll see. I'll give him what for. This may have been a bad idea. I'm out! I'm out, I'm out, I'm out, I'm out, I'm out, I'm out, I'm out! I saw him jump the ledge after you, and I was upstairs. I'm like, I'll give him what for? I no longer want to give him what for. Obviously, this is a you problem that I need to solve, apparently. If you sit on this thing like a good boy. Now drive!
You know, hitting that Zelda remix while enjoying some Zelda antics in Tears of the Kingdom is a good combination. Not gonna lie. Hello everyone. Ham. Did decide that we're gonna try and wrap up 14 today. The Dawntrail MSQ thus far. If for one, because we're a bit behind on the curve because of some real life stuff coming up, and for two, it would get held up even longer with stuff that is also coming up this week. So I was gonna knock anything out. I think I'd want to be 14 so we can focus more on the Gundams and whatnot. Anyway, so far we've turned off one terminal in our kind of reverse Ultima Thule as I described it last time. Oof, sorry. A bit irpy. Have me some cola. We are doing kind of a reverse Ultima Thule, where we're in a bright and colorful place, and one by one we're turning the lights off. Save on the electric bill. Or something along those lines. 4 of these to do, 1 down. Therefore, in the words of Tails, my math is correct. We have 3 left. Don't torment yourselves so. I ask this of you, so the burden lies with me. Remember, we endless are but facsimiles cracked from memories. You needn't feel guilt for erasing it. Be that as it may, it's so hard to say goodbye. It is. Nonetheless, it's our duty as living to know and remember them. Let's pull ourselves together and keep at it. Keep seeking them out. I appreciate that. Come, let's head to the next zone. Yesterland it's called. Another zipline at the Gate of Remembrance will take you there. I ought to mention. While shutting down a terminal should erase the endless bound to it, those with strong, unresolved feelings may linger for a time. If you encounter such individuals, perhaps you could lend them an ear, for their hopes are proof that they once lived. So yeah, I don't know. I guess if you take it from the point of view that Kakiwa could potentially be lying to us, and in the idea that, hey, just try and make us feel better. Oh, they're facsimiles. Don't worry about it. It's fine. Everything's fine. Don't worry about it. But considering everyone says that, everyone seems to recognize it and think that way, it does take a bit of the bite out. The remembers. But, I think I also mentioned it kind of makes it weird that, thinking on that, it also makes it kind of weird that you get the... So what she's talking about, you can't see because I already cleared them out, that you'll unlock all your side quests, basically, once you turn off the terminal. Because all the side quests in the area involve the lingering memories that, refuse to go peacefully because they still have some things they apparently still need to do. Which is a bit odd if you stop and think about it. That, hey, they're not, they're just facsimiles, they're not real, don't worry about it. But at the same time, they go, oh hey, they can still have enough lingering to life that they can linger on after the systems have been turned off. Also, the fast way back would have been just teleporting, but I figured I'd just comment on that. It also literally gets you the feel of, you know, how things just, how quiet everything is once you turn off the area, which again is like Ultima Thule, where in reverse, where, you know, it starts off real quiet, but as, you know, you complete each area, it becomes more and more alive, more music comes in. With this, just the music cuts out completely. System reboot complete. Error. Reuser registration confirmed. I bid you welcome to Yesterland, where the dreams of children and inner children alike come true. Please enjoy your stay. As I was saying, if they kind of left things more nebulous, you could use this area for the whole kind of clarification for us as players, and maybe, you know, the characters themselves, to confirm that, you know, these aren't actually them, that they're that they're nothing but recreations. The recreations are doing recreation in this zone, so slip of the forked tongue there. Amazing. Is this also a recreation of an actual place? After a fashion, Yesterland is themed upon a period of peace before the storm surge had engulfed the world in conflict. It is a golden age for Alexandria, and they've captured it here in the form of an amusement park. Well now, another large-scale attraction. In the mind of the fairylands. You mean you visited the Pixie's Garden of Dreams? Thank goodness you're still with us. It's all too easy to lose oneself in such a wondrous place. By the time you think to leave, dozens of years may have already passed. Perhaps the very same could be said of this place. On the far side of Yesterland is a castle. That's where the terminal is located, in the basement. That one's actually kind of hidden. I'll go on ahead and wait for you there. Take what time you need to get acquainted with the locals. Have fun now. Bell continuing to not, you know, speak up about this. Like before, we'll speak with the Endless. We'll learn what's dear to them before doing what we must. Alright, let's start by exploring and getting our bearings. We have bears here? Alright, that's like a running gag. It got stuck in my head because, GPS stuff reading to us earlier. Stuff was going on. Just bear left, bear right. I didn't know there was a bear to the left or to the right. Appearing to be a domicile, this building resembles those that lie submerged in heritage found. The windows are composed of a colorful array of stained glass. Look at this fresco. So enchanting. Beautiful artwork on the ground depicts a swirl of stars. Perhaps such a sight was once visible in the Alexandrian night sky. Well, hello there, mister. We're just talking about Sir Otis. Do you know him? He's a bit odd and doesn't get jokes, but he's really strong and can vanquish fiends in a flash. He's probably out there fighting right now. When I grow up, I want to be strong like him. This Sir Otis the children spoke of calls to mind another Otis. It might be worth seeking the man out to confirm his identity. Because, you know, we're not going to get immediately proven that this is the same Otis. Or anything like that. That would be convenient. A man is engaged in battle with feeds. He may need a helping hand. So assumes the healer. No. Fiend defeated.
I know not who you are, but my thanks for your timely aid.
Your bait's so strong!
Why do you get to have lasers?
That was amazing, Otis! And you too, mister!
Ha ha ha! Fiends such as these are naught to be feared.
Well then, dealt with it already, have you?
Be at ease, one and all. So long as I, Sir Otis, live and breathe, no citizen shall come to harm.
Okay, again, like, this works more if they kept things more nebulous, I feel like. Whether these guys were still alive, were truly alive, or just recreations.
Of all the people, could you really be that, Otis?
You know, give him a stronger point for
I'm certain I do
existing
not know
here.
what you mean by that, Otis. I am who I am, and I should very much like to know who you are.
You know, minus getting to see more of Otis, which is always a good thing.
You're Sir Otis Villona, Lord Captain of the Royal Knights of Alexandria, yes? We met you while searching for Gululja. You cooked a most delicious repast for us. Fought beside us in Solution 9.
Gululja. Solution 9. I've never heard of such things. These events of which you speak are utterly unknown to me, as are you. I'm quite confident I would recall if we had met before.
Like, this would make more sense. Like, oh, okay, because this would be the clue that no, this isn't all them actually recreated. Because here's an Otis who doesn't remember us, even though we interacted with the soul of Otis when he was in his robot body.
Could this be? Villainy! You seek to bewilder me for purposes most foul!
No villainy intended, I swear. Tell me I'm not mad. This is definitely the Otis we know, right?
And there you go. He's kind of explained it right here. He's missing the memories because these are created from memories that he doesn't have due to the lack of the regulator. An incomplete replica.
I've no time for this. I must attend to my preparations for the founding celebration.
The Lost and Founding celebration.
The children begged and begged that I perform in the marquee play, and I cannot possibly disappoint them. I take my leave of you. Good day.
Like, if they played this up and they had this be the sticking point that kind of reveals, hey, these guys actually aren't who we think they are. Like, they aren't
Founding celebration?
the actual people. So I guess if you also want to have that revelation, I'd reorder this a little bit. Maybe have this be Area 3. It's Area 4 has to be with one of those. With the way that one ends, it has to be that one. But switching Area 2 and 3 and playing up the vagueness of whether or not these are actually the souls of the people. The Endless are, like, you know, actually who they originally were and whatnot. God, so what a surprise to meet Otis. He might not be the exact same as the one we met in Heritage Found, but still. Thinking back, he mentioned that he was a test subject for soul preservation. That might explain why he's here in this way. In any case, I'd love to talk to him some more. There are some things I need to tell him. Right, let's go after Otis. He's bound to know about the past, about the Alexandria of Ode, as well as Sphene, when she was a living person. The problem is he doesn't seem to be in the mood to talk. Perhaps we can offer to help him with his founding celebration. That might warm him to us. He's off this way. Come on. Gotta get up there. Because he's up there. You squeak at me. And yelling at me because I'm on the grass, obviously. No driving on the grass! Ah! How dare! Are you harmed? Or are you unharmed? The latter, methinks. Which her highness replies with her winsome smile. And thanks to you, my dearest Otis. I am thanks to you. Like there should be a comma there, but maybe it's just me. Kind of break the, imply the pause. You again. I appreciate the offer, but there's no need. The script is my own work, you see. And I know Princess Sphene's lines even better than mine own. So happy about it. There is, however, a scene with which I struggle. Hey, this looks like fun. Can I join in? You as well? I thought you said I was busy. You did. We thought that maybe we could help. You're getting ready for the founding celebration, yes? I am. If truth be told, we are in dire need of assistance. For this edition of the celebration, there's to be a play about the history of our realm for the children's enjoyment. But with fewer of us given form, we have enough hands to carry out the production. Thus have I been tasked with not only writing the script, but performing as myself besides. Calm down, it's alright. We really are happy to help in any way that we can. Just tell us what to do. The same reason the production is short-handed, it has become difficult to gather a crowd. I'd be obliged if you could spread the word of the play to the children of Yesterland. Consider it done. We'll take ourselves around and talk to the younglings. No, not the younglings! Splendid. Oh, and to better appeal to them, we have adorable animal costumes for you to wear. Together with your cheeriest bearing, of course. I mean, you're kind of already an animal person, Book Lamont. Alright, anything to make the children happy. Let's see. Ah, yes, this one should be suitable for you. You know, when I first did this, I wondered that if the costume was going to be different depending on what race you were, because I saw people in rabbit outfits. Because, you get to see people in the disguises as well. Oh, it's a glamour. I was confused for a moment when you handed me the device. I have something in mind for you as well. Let me know when you're ready, and I shall activate it for you. But yeah, so... Wooklamot's an elephant, so I figured, okay, maybe what we are changes based off of race. But no, everyone gets to be a rabbit. Ready, are you? Then let's have you don your costume at once. Would have been a fun touch if the costume was different based off of race, but you know. There's enough outfits to go around, I feel like, at this point. You got rabbit, you got frog, you got chipmunk, you got pig, elephant. Marvelous! There's not a child that would fail to be delighted. It really does suit you. I don't know. Now that you're suitably attired, I pray go forth and promote our play to the children. Concentrate your efforts here in the vicinity of the air cab station and see that you make it fun. In the meantime, I shall continue my own preparations here. Should your costumes wear off, I shall provide you with another. Bloop. Let's go up. I know there's some folks up top first, so let's go just knock them out, and then we'll just drop down like a sack of bricks. As I am wont to do. Is changing jobs? Okay. I'm just gonna get rid of it. I don't want to come all the way back here. Oh. I have to. Never mind. I'm not allowed to do the vista. Oh, are you here to look at Queen Sphene too, Mr. Rabbit? That great big golden statue is exactly what she looks like. That's what my mom told me, and she's a scientist. My mom also told me that the terminal is a tomb. Her Majesty must watch over all of us from there. A play about the realm's founding? I love history. That sounds great. I'll let my mom know that so we can go and watch it together. Thank you, Mr. Rabbit. There's another one right down here. Well. Who should interrupt my air cab watching but a person in a silly costume? Let me guess, you're here to tell me about the play. Don't bother, I've seen it no less than 50 times already. Oh, this is going to be performing as himself? Now that's a new twist on an old classic. Alright, just for that, I'm willing to see the play again. Please let me click, there you go. Oh, hello there, Mr. Rabbit, what's the matter? Ah, the play. I know about it. They sometimes have performances over at the castle. I've seen it before, so I was going to give it a miss. But if you say it's special this time, then alright, I'll go. Look, it's a rabbit. What is it? Want to play with us, do you? It's going to be a play about Queen Sphene? I want to see it. We'll head over to the castle right away. Thanks for telling us. One more down here, I think. You up there. I don't want to drop it. I have to go all the way down and then come all the way back up again because I got this wrong. I think you're up there. I think. I might be wrong, but I think. It's been a while since I've done this one. There you are. Good, I didn't go all the way down for nothing. Hello. We're by the recycling. Oh ho, a rabbit monster. You shall rue the day you cross paths with this royal knight. There's going to be a play? With knights and stuff? Come on, let's go and watch. We can ride the air cab later. You finished making your rounds? Excellent. I shall take the costume off your hands. And your body. And your feet. And your head. Thanks to the two of you promoting the play in my stead, I could memorize the lines to my satisfaction. I am grateful beyond measure. Don't mention it. It was fun meeting endless children. Endless children? What an odd thing to say when we're endless ourselves. It's complicated. I explain it to you, but the play's due to start soon, isn't it? Aye, very soon. I must needs make my way to the venue and see to the final preparations. Let's talk later then. I'll be cheering you on from the crowd. By all means. But hold on. What would you say to performing in the play as well? Are you serious? Oh no, definitely not. I'd never done anything like that, and I don't think I can learn lines on such short notice. Rest assured, it wouldn't be a difficult part. What I have in mind for the two of you is a little sword play, a duel between Alexandrian and Limblum soldiers. That is certain to please the children, and without the need for words. What do you think? I'd win in a fight. You know it. That keen, are you? Alright, you asked for it. It is settled. I shall prepare your costumes for you. You need but engage in a mock fight. While there isn't time for a rehearsal, the little mistakes are all in good entertainment. With that said, I shall go and inform the troop members of the changes. Pray make your way to Proto-Alexandria and await further instructions. So, for those who are familiar at all with Final Fantasy IX, that's the castle where the terminal is. We shut it down, Yesterland in the Endless, and it will also fade away. But yeah, it's the play from the beginning of Final Fantasy IX. And the end, I suppose. So let's get them a show to remember. And we'll remember them too. Them and what it is that they seek to preserve through the celebration. The thing is, I don't think they named the play, but there is a side quest that unlocks afterward that we won't be seeing. But as the last bit of it, you are meant to come in and say a phrase to one of the lingering endless. And the phrase is, I want to be your canary. And it's a multiple choice. There's multiple options, and some of them are pretty funny. But yeah. Continuing to make the Final Fantasy IX references. As you do. Simulated rage! I can't actually be angry. I can only simulate it. Not within my parameters.
Well, this seems to be the right place. What's on the program, I wonder?
And where are the others, for that matter?
Two families, both alike in... Oh, sorry.
Ladies and gentlemen, boys and girls, tonight's performance is a story that takes place long, long ago.
In fair Verona, where we lay our scene, where several blood makes civil hands unclean.
Conflict rages over precious electrope, and the kingdom of Alexandria has been embroiled in the chaos.
Ah, man, this person enjoys rolling their R's, as do I.
When the royal capital comes under siege, the kingdom's valiant knights lay their lives on the line for their beloved Princess Sphene.
Princess.
I bid you keep your handkerchiefs at hand. Now, without further ado...
Okay, maybe a little bit of ado. Good, I kept my glasses on. That was the big thing I was worried about.
Yeah, it's a royal knight!
Now, if this was a mini game, that would be a lot of fun.
I beg your pardon? What a twist!
Once again, you know, a bit of a missed opportunity to have a little bit more engagement.
Ha! Yeah!
Especially since there's absolutely no stakes here.
Arg! I am killed!
I am amazing at acting!
You must flee! All of you!
Are you unharmed?
Oh, I am, thanks to you, my dearest Otis. My dearest?
And so, in no small part due to the valor of the Royal Knights, the kingdom succeeds in repelling the invaders. But their jubilation proves short-lived. For in mad defiance, the enemy unleashes a forbidden weapon which brings about a terrible calamity. Full many lose their lives. The good Queen Sphene, shining vision of hope, among them.
Plop.
Go to her! You're supposed to go to her!
Give me a moment. I'm having a post-traumatic flashback.
What's happening?
Is it over already?
And then, though the people grieved their queen's tragic passing, guided by her legacy of compassion, oh boy, they, worked hand in hand to overcome an age of hardship, and in time, they built a peaceful and prosperous Alexandria. A new Alexandria.
The end. Hooray, we guess.
Pray forgive me. The memories. They had me in a vice grip.
Like that one Krabby I raised in Pokemon.
All's well that ends well. I wouldn't dwell on it.
If I may ask, during your improvisation, you spoke of a new Alexandria. And so I'm given to wonder, do you hail from a time after mine own?
We do. And we're living people, not endless.
My word! That I should meet the living in this place.
A line like this would be less accurate in my whole revisionist take on this, where perhaps the people of Alexandria can come and, you know, get a special permission from the queen to come here for a little bit and see their you know, loved ones while they're, you know, quote unquote at the farm.
There is another question I dread to speak aloud. A question I couldn't bring myself to pose to newcomers out of fear of the truth. Alexandria. Does it still exist?
It does. It isn't quite the place you knew, but it endures. The descendants of your people walk its streets and live each day to the fullest as proud Alexandrians.
They're just dealing with a little bit right now.
They live. We live. I had failed to protect my queen, but to hear that, it brings me a measure of peace.
You were there too, Otis. That is, an incarnation of you.
Of me? That's absurd. But wait, something comes back to me. When they were researching a means to resurrect Her Majesty, memory preservation or some such, I volunteered to be a test subject. No. It is a fog I cannot pierce.
And like this would be
But
like
pray,
having us
tell me,
having the idea
this
but not getting
incarnation
confirmed
of myself,
until this point that the
What was
Endless
it like?
weren't actually the people living on, that they were all fabrications, and leaning in on that ambiguity would make the should we or shouldn't we turn these effectively kill all these people to save all of our own. It would feel a bit more weighty, I guess.
That's not all. He was a father in all but name to the new king, Gululja. Whatever you may have failed to do, you're the noblest of souls, Otis. And your deeds, your sacrifice, gave us hope that we sorely needed.
"'Tis miracle. Verily, there can be no other way to describe it."
It is. It really is. We bear the legacy of your other self, and we'd be glad to bear yours as well.
My, what comfort you offer! With such dependable souls to take up my shield, I may rest easy indeed. I beg you, watch over our new king. The war changed my queen. To her final moment, grief darkened her gentle countenance. I've not the honor of knowing Gululja, but I pray that for all his days, he shall have cause to smile.
We'll see to it he does, Otis. I swear.
But thinking on it, like I said, like if we're gonna play up the whole idea that they stick with the ambiguity, I was saying maybe they should hold this off to Area 3. I suppose this still works as second area in that theory as well. It depends how they would handle and or rework the second part. I mean the third part with that sort of readjustment. Well, we're here. Are you having doubts? No, I'll do what I came to do. It's just, the fonder you are of someone, the harder it is to say farewell. If you're ready, then I am too. I mean, that seems like a line you'd be saying more for Namika. I'm pretty sure you're a lot more fond of Namika than Otis. Wooklamont. Just saying. Alright, let me just say a word about those we met here. A word. Okay, I'm on.
That night, he was the one who looked after Gululja.
Yeah, we figured that out, Kakiwa.
And now you follow in his footsteps.
And those of others as well. We've come to know how much Sphene's people loved her, how much they yearned for peace. All of this we'll carry with us.
I see.
Yesteryear is closed for the evening. It's like waking up from a sweet dream to bitter reality. I'll never forget my time with the Endless, or the pain I feel now. We are more than memories. We are more than memories stored in machines. So long as someone remembers us and carries on our legacy, we'll never truly fade away. So far, there appears to be no change with the Meso Terminal. So let's take the opportunity to visit another zone. The Sal Volcane in the northeast. Place to the volcano, eh? I suppose we're using the zipline again? You know it. Like before, I'll take care of the guard at the Gate of Remembrance. Come, let's head back. Again, it's gonna be all grayed out as we saw. Everything's gonna be quiet, so we'll just go ahead and accelerate this a little bit. To what I feel like is probably one of the most important of the areas here. That's a personal preference here. Error, download complete. User registration confirmed. Dauntless adventurers, I bid you welcome to Isal Volcane, the sanctuary of the strong. Fight with courage and honor, that your legend may resound forevermore in the arena of valor. Beep bop, boop boop, beep beep boop. The hand of yours is burning red. Its fiery grip tells you to defeat them. Burning finger. It's only an illusion. It's only an illusion. What's this now? Don't tell me you're afraid of the lava. Not in your life. It isn't even real, is it? Oh, definitely not. But don't take my word for it. Jump in and see for yourself. No need. I'll believe you. You're running out of time, Aaronville. That there is the terminal. We couldn't have it in the volcano because other things are happening in the volcano. You can get to it via the caverns that run through the volcano, though. I'll go on ahead and wait for you. Take care around the wildlife now. Hey, Aaronville? I'll explore alone. You needn't worry. I'll give the wildlife a wide berth. Poor Aaronville. He's still coming to terms with it. You can hardly blame him. Let's leave him be for now. Come on, let's get moving ourselves. Unfortunately, even if you want to jump in the lava, you can't. I think by the time you can actually get down into the lava, where the lava would be, the area is turned off. Looks like we have two paths to choose from. I thought I saw Kakiwa heading left, though. While that would seem to be a detour, I must say I'm curious about that round building. Well, I'm always up for the scenic route. Let's follow after Kakiwa and see what the building's about. I mean, it looks like an arena. They even mentioned an arena of valor. Over here is a fire sprite of valor. There's a liquid flame of valor. And his burning soul. Ow. How dare. Well now, look who came this way too. Great minds, as they say. This appears to be a fighting arena. Is it also a recreation of an... I keep saying recreation. A recreation of an actual place? In all likelihood. While I don't know the details, I understand such facilities were once common across the land. Though it's closed at the moment, even Solution 9 has the Arcadian. It may well be a legacy of the past. Anyway, it seems the next match is about to begin. As I've already spectated by Phil, I will move on. You ought to head inside for a look. You in the back have to walk slower because we have some Lalafell in front. Speaking of Lalafell. Oh, Milala, I suppose. I remember watching this and going, okay, yeah, no, this literally is just Arcanima. Oh no, it's casting a big spell! No! How dare you use your swift cast now? Ouchies!
That rather resembles Arcanima, wouldn't you agree?
Yes, yes, I would.
Indeed. While similar arts could have developed independently across reflections, this verges on being identical.
GG no re. Uh-oh. I recognize these two immediately, even without the flashback. Like, uh-oh, those guys look like they're relevant.
Is something wrong?
What?
Do we know each other from somewhere?
Come on, dear!
Oh, I'm sorry, but I must be going.
Wait, please!
After, like, what's this?
You're new here, I gather. It may seem strange at first, but give it time. You'll grow accustomed to it soon enough.
After getting drip-fed bits and pieces, we finally get Kryle's moment in the expansion.
No, I'm not. Rather, I'm, Oh, what can I say? Of course. This earring. Do you recognize it?
Impossible.
My name is Kryle. When I was a baby, I was taken from this world to another, where I grew up without knowledge of my past. I know not how much time has passed for you, and, things may not be as you expect them to be, but I'm here now. I found my way back. This earring, it contained a code with which I was able to reopen the gate. And I did, and I'm here. And...
Could it be as she claims?
She's not lying. I can tell. And there is no mistaking the earring.
The big difference, I think, if we were going to switch areas 2 and 3, was that we would still have the ambiguity of, is this actually them, or just a replica of them? And they could play that up too. Where, Crowell getting to meet her actual parents.
Oh. How you've grown, my darling daughter.
it has been 20 years.
Yes, names. I'm Robor, and this is Alila, your mother. Doubtless, we have a mountain of questions for each other, but perhaps we can take this somewhere quieter?
They're about to begin the free-for-all. It's gonna get very noisy down there.
The Heat Wells, for instance. There's a spot there where we can relax and chat.
Could it be that the system orchestrated this reunion as well? Forgive me. This is all so much to take in. I'm struggling to collect my thoughts. Alright. I feel a little calmer now. I thought myself prepared for the possibility, but to actually come face to face with my parents was overwhelming. And having been parted from them as an infant, I'm not sure how to behave. Take your time. After everything that has happened, you deserve to do so. You have many things to say to one another. Now you can say them. Indeed. This is a mean to be cherished. Just do what comes natural, eh? Thank you, everyone. I'll make the most of our time together. Yeah, like... I feel like this place would have more... again, having scenes like this, and with Amika, definitely give value the idea of what if they just let the living come in and visit the family, get to say things that they may not they've not been able to say. I guess the impact for them would be a bit less impactful, because for them they wouldn't even think of it as death. If they just kind of went elsewhere, they went to the farm, as it were. But I could still, it feels like it'd be a useful thing. Such a strange feeling to be reunited with you beyond death. Your companions. What are they called? Oh dear, I'd completely forgotten to introduce them. Over here is Wuklamat, Vow Resolve of Tuliolal. Beside her is Grahatia, my colleague in the Students of Albezian. This is Gaganji, an adventurer, but that hardly does him justice. He is the most dependable of friends, to whom I owe my life. My word, we clearly have a great deal of thanks to give, don't we, dear? Oh, yes we do. Our heartfelt gratitude to you all. Not the smoothest of beginnings, is it? Only we had some Jabruk Pibil to ease the way, am I right? Man, I could go for some tacos. Wait, that's not a bad idea. I don't think we can get tacos here, Wuklamat. Hey, are you hungry? We could bring you something to eat if you'd like. Oh, thank you, but we're fine. You know, it's quite hot here by the springs. Something cold would be lovely. Understood. We'll fetch you all treats that'll help cool you off. I wouldn't want to be a bother, but... we gotta run some ads first. Think nothing of it. This is what friends are for. Thank you. We shall look forward to the cool treats. That was well conceived, Wuklamat. Just putting what I learned in Yaktel to use. If I had to mention a potential problem, however, it is that food here tastes like nothing to the living. Seriously? I had no idea. Honestly, I'm surprised Wuklamat didn't try eating food here like the first chance she got. Still, it appears to be perfectly enjoyable for the Endless, and going along with the idea, Kryle likely understands this. It may not instantly break the ice, but I'm hopeful that will help to thaw it. So shall we split up and look for what Halila suggested? Something cold, ironically. This is supposed to be a special moment, so I say we go with the best treat there is, one that'll leave an impression. The locals ought to be able to recommend something. If you want to ask people near the Aetherite, Raha and I will do the same elsewhere. Beep beep. I yelled at for driving on the grass again. The indecisive man. What snack to have today? You want a recommendation for something tasty and cold? This stall doesn't have that sort of thing, I'm afraid. But speaking of something cold, I could use a nice drink with my snack. I think I'll get a coffee. Actually, a tea might be better. Or even a lemonade. Ah, I can't go past a beer. Yes, let's make it a white beer today. Oh no, it's him. From the news. It's Florid Man. Florid Man found diving into lava. With his pet alligator. Whew, after a long hot soak like that, I'm going to need a Gold Star ice cream. What? You don't know Gold Star ice cream? It's only the most popular treat here in the Isle of Elcane. Well, it's a little tricky to tuck into. You can't come here and not try it. There's a stall just to the southwest, so you have no excuses. Right there. A cold treat that will leave an impression? That's a difficult one. The Isle of Elcane is home to fighters, so the food here is mostly the hearty and filling kind. Ah, right. There's a popular stall to the southwest that might just have what you're after. Why don't you go and take a look? Perhaps you should try the iced cream. Excuse me. I gotta go get the iced cream. As seen on TV. As suggested by Florid Man. See, like that. Iced cream. Look at that. Nope. Got myself turned around. Hi, Wooklamont. So you're here too. Everyone I spoke with recommended Gold Star ice cream. Those colorful balls stacked on top of each other. That'd be the ice cream, I take it. I can see the appeal. It's going to be hard to deliver it intact. We need 3 servings, so let's get Graha to help carry one. Excuse me, you are talking to a transportation expert. I've carried so many things. You mean you can do it alone? Well, there do seem to be vessels for carrying 3. Are you sure about this? Great. They're definitely safer in your hands than in mine. I'll go and tell Graha everything's taken care of. Back at the springs. Hello there. Would you care for our famous Gold Star ice cream? All right. 3 servings coming right up. Here you are. You'll want to be quick so it doesn't melt, but also careful so it doesn't collapse. Good luck and enjoy. Here, 3 ice creams covered in grass. Goodness me, what an amazing looking treat. Thank you so much.
Never did we imagine that such a reward awaited us. Isn't that so, Robor?
Talk to your daughter.
Yes.
Haven't seen her in 20 years.
Oh, don't mind your father. Like me, he's still getting used to seeing you all grown up.
I will say this cutscene has probably one of my favorite lines in the expansion, just in how it's presented.
This is just excruciating.
Yes, well, a 20-year blank is not so quickly filled.
Even so, there's got to be something we can do.
You know, I think I might have an idea.
Uh-oh, Graha has an idea. Goofy music is playing, so you know it's gonna be good. Someone made an animation out of this that made it infinitely more creepy. Haumph. Eating noises. Hyarmph. Ormph. Gobble, snarf, snap.
What is he doing?
That's the line, just the way she says that's... What is he doing? Eating noises.
You needn't force yourself.
It doesn't taste of anything to the living, surely.
You're missing the point.
No, it's delicious. I mean it. I've never tasted anything so good.
Eating noises.
It really does taste so much better when we're all together.
Yes, indeed.
Graha actively being an idiot to break the ice.
I'm suddenly craving dessert. How about you?
So, if they taste a taste of nothing, would that count as empty calories? Eh? Eh?
Truly. We've never felt so happy in all our lives. We don't know how to thank you. But at the very least, we can give you some answers. You've risked so much and come so far from them after all.
'Tis our understanding you are researching a power called interdimensional fusion. Will you tell us about it?
To begin at the very beginning, there is a legend passed down by our people, the Milala. In the distant past, we abided in a different world. Our homeland was a paradise of eternal summer. The flowers were always in bloom. Until, that is, the great calamity turned the very seas to ice. As those around them froze to death, our ancestors looked to a mighty relic for salvation. By its power, they opened a portal and used it to flee to another reality.
The key is none other than that relic. And it has been in the safekeeping of our people since time immemorial.
Yes. When lightning threatened this world, we attempted to use the key to flee again, like our ancestors once did. Alas, no matter what we tried, we couldn't invoke its power. We had all but given up when Preservation approached us with an offer of partnership. Desperate as we were, we accepted their help, only to later discover their ulterior motive: to plunder other worlds of ether. Seeking to frustrate their plans, we defected from the Order, and as their agents closed in on us, we seized control of the prototype gate and activated it.
You know what happens after that.
What followed you already know. We sent our daughter and the key through the portal, entrusting them to the men we encountered. You were born with an unusual gift, you see. Upon learning of it, Preservation sought to subject you to experiments.
An unusual gift? The Echo, I dare say.
Our people, the Milala. Are there any ways I might learn more about them?
There are, such as visiting the cavern inside the volcano. Our ancient homeland has been recreated there. While it's intended to serve as an entertaining diversion, it ought to teach you a thing or two about our history and traditions.
May we go there? Selfish though it may be, I should love to learn of my ancestors.
I mean, it's on the way.
Of them. And of the legacy my parents entrusted to me.
Sure, by all means. As it happens, it's on the way to our destination.
Eat well and serve immediately. Raha, Lamati, with your help, I was able to not only bond with my parents, but know the joy of sharing a meal with them besides. For that and so much else, I thank you. As my parents told us, the cavern inside the volcano is a place of learning about the Malala's ancient homeland. I'm hoping it will yield other information as well, namely information on preservation. Preservation, the scientists who were researching interdimensional fusion. And prior to that, created the Endless. As living memory is likely also their creation, I expect they would carefully curate any details concerning themselves. But I wish to keep an eye out nonetheless. I'm all for it, of course. Seeing as the key once belonged to the Malala, it couldn't hurt to learn about them. Right then, let's head inside. Ah, a series of movies. It got kind of cumbersome by Malala 3, but I think they brought it back with Malala 4. Quite a mystical atmosphere here. Is this what the Malala homeland was like? Ding ding! Correct. What's going on? The ancient home of the Malala people is recreated here in exacting detail thanks to the marvel of electrope. The scale alone has been adjusted in order to accommodate folks of all proportions, including the Yakui. Ah, but I have neglected to introduce myself. I am the guide for this facility, the Steps of the Speaker. It shall be my pleasure to assist you as you embark upon your educational journey. Even a guide? How considerate. Alright then, as we wander around, if there's something we do not understand, we'll be certain to ask you. Incorrect. Visits to our facility take the form of a quizzed tour. The correct answer is, follow the instructions of your guide. That's yours truly. Sounds like a pain in the ass. I'm sure it'll be both enlightening and entertaining. Let's have them guide us. Shrug. Dot gif. Very good, madam. I have registered the 4 of you as visitors. Please proceed through yonder passageway to the chamber beyond. Read about those. It tells you about them dealing with the basically repeating about the information about the calamity that happened and then fleeing to the world of Alexandria, where their skills, arcanum and whatnot, made them very valued amongst the populace here. If I may have your attention. You stand within a shrine of the Malala, a migrant people who roamed until they found new lands to call their own. According to folklore, they originally hailed from a paradise of eternal summer. Alas, they had no choice but to abandon it when a great calamity froze the very seas. The speaker, their spiritual leader, guided them to safety, and she is enshrined here with the sacred relic she wielded. In this place, they performed rituals dedicated to the dream that, one day, they might return to their ancestral home. Sacred relic. That must be the key used to initiate interdimensional fusion. Yes, don't interrupt me. Interdimensional fusion? If such a wondrous power existed, I can only imagine what great feats it could be used to achieve. Now then, it's time for a history quiz. Here we go. There are 4 braziers in this room, each of which is accompanied by a panel bearing a statement. If you believe the statement is true, then you must light its brazier by operating the panel. Simple, yes? Without further ado, please nominate a representative and begin. No objections, let's have Gaganchi do the honors. I want to take a look at the panels, my friend. Long ago, our people dwelled on Isles of Eternal Summer, where the flowers ever bloomed. The eternity did not last, for calamity turned the bounteous waters to barren ice. Ace. Playing fervently upon the relic, the speaker opened a portal through which our people fled. However, she alone had to remain behind in order to sustain the power. No. Not dead. Zero of calculations. Owing to our innate gift for arcane calculations, we not only transformed Electrope into a miraculous tool, but excelled in its study besides. As such, despite originally being outsiders, we were favored by the rulers of many a nation. Again, like this thing, if you go back in the previous room, this gets mentioned. When lightning threatened the world, we Malala returned to our relic once more. Invoking its power, we opened a portal and returned to our ancient homeland. Yeah, no. They remained behind because it wouldn't activate. So, it's not going to mention it here because I didn't do it on this character, but if you do the Criterion dungeon in Endwalker, where you go to Alo Island, I think it's called, you find out that again, I think it still gets revealed that the Malala are Lullafell. They came from the source here. That's why Krowl's Aether Aether isn't thinner from being from a reflection. And so otherwise that would have been detected by Y'shtola right away. But yeah, they came from the source to the ninth and then tried to flee again using Power of the Key. Remember, you must light the braziers whose statements you believe are true. Are you ready for your answers to be judged? Very well, let the judging begin. Drumroll, please. You have answered correctly, and on your very first attempt, besides. Amazing. Great work. I knew you could do it. Take it at face value. The information here would suggest that the Malala had simply migrated from a distant land. But we know better. We are aware of the existence of shard worlds, umbral calamities, and interdimensional fusion. For an event which froze the seas, the fifth umbral calamity comes to mind, that which ushered in the Age of Endless Frost. And legend holds that, during that age, the entire population of the Southern Sea Islands vanished overnight. The art of Arcanima, true, traces its roots to the calculations of the South Sea Islanders. While we cannot outright conclude that these people were the Malalas, there are certainly enough points of similarity to support the theory. Again, I think if you talk to one of them, if you've done the Criterion dungeon, they basically say, no, that's literally what happened. Ahem. If you have mused to your satisfaction, let us move to the next chamber. Another quiz awaits. How many of these quizzes are there? I think it literally gets mentioned at that point. It's a shame again, that this character has not done much, so we miss that commentary about the Criterion dungeon. I need to go back and do those eventually. Okay, grab this before I forget it. We have come to the most enigmatic location in the museum. While it is known as the Speaker's Rest, everything else remains a mystery. No one knows what purpose it served, not even the Malala themselves. That's rather curious. Isn't it, though? Some have suggested that this place is purely the creation of the facility's designer, and it didn't actually exist in the Malala's homeland. It's generally believed, however, that the adornments upon the walls are masks that represent the emotions of men. And that brings us to the final quiz. The question is simple. How many types of masks are there? The last one already? Something tells me it's not going to be as simple as it sounds. Please take all the time you require. I shall be here when you are ready to answer. I think the answer is 6. Let's double check them. Got this one. 1, 2, 3, 4. And it's hard to get a good angle. 2, 3, 4. I don't think it's just 4. That one's there. That one's there. Is it 4? I think 6 is the number Wooklamat says, which is way too many. So how many kinds of masks are there? Have you determined the answer? Okay, yeah, it's just 4. So your answer is 4. How about everyone else? There you go. That's why I was thinking it was 6, because Wooklamat thought it was 6. I also believe it was 4. As do I. And the correct answer is... Drum roll, please, again. 4. Congratulations to the 3 of you. Wooklamat, you have to try again. What else did I mess up? And that concludes the quiz tour for the specs of the speaker. I thank you for your visit today and eagerly look forward to your next, where I'll ask you these same questions again.
Finished at last. Gods, I'm exhausted.
2 whole questions I had to answer.
If the legend is true, the Malala were refugees from the source. But what is this relic of theirs that can bridge worlds? Who made it? And to what end?
Oh, I have stuff to talk about that when we see it, Grau.
Much about the key remains shrouded in mystery. By augmenting it with Electrum, Preservation did succeed in opening a portal. Yet they could never grasp how they had managed to do so, much less the underlying principles of the technology. To this day, not a single person understands the mechanics of interdimensional fusion, let alone who imbued the key with its power, when they did so, or why. But remember this. The key is a tool, and like all tools, in and of itself, it is a force for neither good nor evil. Once taken in hand, however, its capacity for both is made plain. In delivering one man, it may doom another, making a lie of its bearer's every good intention.
It's interesting that apparently it didn't like superimpose.
Queen Sphene seeks to wield the key in the name of those she loves.
That the key, I think, just allows transportation on its own. It doesn't cause the fusion. It's only with the exposure and addition of Electro that actually can supplant an area, because otherwise, like, I would assume that on Alexandria there would have been mention of an area like the Source popping up there.
And in so doing, makes her people party to the destruction of countless souls. We have told you all we can. To be able to share this with you at the last, it feels as though we fulfilled our purpose.
You've come to shut down the terminal.
Yes, we have. But perhaps there's another way, one that doesn't require the terminal's deactivation.
For the longest time, we've sought a means to erase ourselves before our knowledge could be used for ill. And in you, we have found it.
I'm not sure where, but I recall, I think when I was watching someone else hit this point, at some point, these two's breathing was completely in sync, and it made the cutscene very awkward to look at.
So press on. Press on, and don't look back.
I will. May I ask you one last question?
Of course, my dear.
The earring. Why did you leave it with me?
Because, Kryl, we wanted to see you again. This may seem self-serving, but we wanted to leave a trace of ourselves with you. A hint to guide you to us, so that we could live in hope.
We've dreamed of this day for so long, but now that it's become reality, we wonder if we deserve to enjoy it. We wanted naught but the best for you, yet we've always wondered how much you might have suffered in our absence.
Do not torment yourselves so. As fate would have it, you entrusted me to a good man. His name is Galuf, and he raised me as his own. What's more, I've been blessed with the finest comrades anyone could have. It's thanks to you that I am here now, hale and happy. So please, be at peace. Be at peace. Mother. Father.
Funny thing is, it still hits pretty hard, considering even knowing the fact that these aren't actually them. This is closure for Kryl. Even if it is, ironically, not closure for the parents, because this is them.
You already have a beautiful name, but if we might call you by the one we gave you? Maya. Our dearest Maya. We love you more than life itself.
Funny thing is, this name is not too surprising if you are familiar with Final Fantasy V, where Kryl fired from, because her name there is Kryl Meyer, Valdesian. Change it to Maya instead of Meyer, but also giving it a much deeper meaning here in this version of Krile, which I greatly appreciate.
Maya. My name. My name is Maya.
Are you sure about this? You can leave the terminal to us, you know.
No, I must do this. Krile Maya Baldessian must press on. Press on and... Farewell, Mother. Farewell, Father.
Farewell.
Fine thing is, just to kind of break the energy a little bit, is if you forgot to grab that ether current, you want to go back and get it, you have to run all the way back down from up here. If I may confide in you, I've been anxious ever since I chose to accompany you to Tural. I was afraid of what I might discover. Perhaps I'd learned nothing. Or worse, that my parents didn't love me. Now I know the truth, and I couldn't be happier. I'm glad I took up pictomancy. I'm glad I mustered up the courage to say that I wanted to join you. Thank you for trusting me with your life and walking with me all this way. Well, that's all I wanted to say. I'll see this through. Rather, we'll see this through together. My apologies for keeping you. Come, let's catch up to the others. Yeah. Krile finally gets her closure. Took a while. The expansion it kept pushing it off. Like the biggest tidbit we got was that she was from the same place. She was Alexandrian. And then finally get kind of the big, dump about her in the final area. The others have told me all. I'm glad Krile could bid her parents a proper farewell. Now then, to ask this question for the second to last time, are you ready to shut down the terminal?
You know how to do it.
I guess a nice touch too that Krile basically asked to be the one to turn off the terminal.
I do.
She can, truly say farewell to her parents or, the memories. The funny thing is, everything else, the other ones fading away, really didn't get me. Like, having this tender moment with Krile and her parents. Sorry. It still gets me. This one gets me. I have a screenshot of them standing there, saved for posterity. Just felt right. Are you alright, Crow? I am. I chose to forge on no matter what. And I've had the courage to do so because of you all. Thank you from the bottom of my heart. Sorry. Just need a bit of moment. And Mika got me a little bit. Otis, not so much, but he was kind of a goofball. Kryles got me. Both times. I must say, the closer we get to the end, the faster time seems to pass us by. Come, let's head to the fourth and final zone. By now you know how to get there, yes? Off the Spring Brain Zone. Yes, we do. Excellent. This time, I'd like to quickly check on the Meso Terminal, so I'll meet you at the Gate of Remembrance. Come on, everyone. Do do ba da da ba da da. As far as I can tell, we still have some leeway with the Meso Terminal. Meaning you can carry on getting to know the Endless in the last zone. Windspath Gardens, it's called, and it's breathtakingly beautiful. That's where your memories are stored, yes? That's right. I left it for last so I could guide you for as long as possible. Very thoughtful of me, yes? And again, this is why I said, like, if you were going to shift the order of, again, keeping things nebulous until the Otis thing kind of set it in stone, it couldn't be anything later than the third, because you have to have Kakiwa's be last. Ooh, a great idea just occurred to me. What might that be? I'll save it for after we've arrived on the other side. See you there. Her great ideas are generally less than great. Hey, Aaronville? As much as I want to grant your mother her wish, I also want to respect yours. When all's said and done, I want you to be happy. I hope you know this. I know. I know. Reaching the final hours of Aaronville's no good, very bad, terrible day. Kakiwa isn't only his mother, she's his mentor as well. That can only make it harder for him to say goodbye. Let's go. For now, we keep doing what we've been doing, seeking out Endless and learning what's dear to them. What's funny is in this last area, we obviously we're not going to hit it because I'm saving the side quest to do off stream. They actually mention the actual IFA tree. Apparently, like, exists either on the ninth somewhere, or it's in the same area the Milala came from, because the one you talked to about it is a Milala. I forget the specifics, but it's amusing. Yeah, the Eiffel tree gets a direct mention. Error, error. Verification system initialized. User registration confirmed. Greetings and welcome to Windspath Gardens, the sanctuary of exploration and discovery. The marvels of the natural world await you. This hand of yours is shining green. Its vigorous grip tells you to enjoy life or something. I do not know. I really should have thought about this bit better before I started it.
If I could have everyone's attention, I know we have pressing business, but I'd like to say a few words. Before I died, I had 2 wishes. The first was to see who my Eleneshpia would become. I would say that wish has been fulfilled. Indeed, it has. For the boy who once shunned company has returned a somewhat sociable man, surrounded by wonderful friends. As his mother and mentor both, I couldn't be more proud. As for my second wish, that was to see all manner of nature that I had never seen before. I hoped to explore every corner of the world and there find thriving life. But I didn't even get to see all of Tural, did I? Never enough hours in a day, or days in a year, or years in a life.
That line got a few people. So I've heard.
Kiwa.
Oh, don't give me that look. Though, admittedly, I did go and spoil the mood. Apologies. What I was so poorly trying to work up to asking was this. I want you to help me fulfill my second wish. I have a good feeling about this place. There is so much here I've never seen before, I just know it.
I wonder how long she's actually been in Endless, or if she just spent all her time, you know, leading Oblivion and not checking this place out, because the way she words this, like she's not really been, even though this knows this is where data is, or kept, I guess.
We'd love to see it with you.
Spend time checking out the stuff here, even though her nature led her to try and just, rather than explore here, it was she tried to leave immediately, I guess?
I thought you might say that. Thank you. Windspath Gardens is home to a collection of flora and fauna that once thrived on the continent. Like the rest of living memory, I haven't explored it in earnest. Controlling my vessel demanded all of my attention. But at long last, I'll get to meet the creatures here. Wrap things up with a perfect little adventure. So, shall we?
Absolutely not.
We're finally saying something here.
We're to grant you your wish, and then what? You leave? You cannot ask that of me.
Oh, Ellen Neshpir. Please understand. I just wanted to end on a happy note. Not only for myself, but for all of us. Better that than a sad goodbye, surely.
Then, with your consent, let's begin our adventure. Naturally, while we go about this, feel free to continue befriending Endless. And be sure to absorb the delightful scenery. And don't get punched by the giant angry trees. You have two kinds here. This particular garden is called Blooms of Discovery. Beautiful, isn't it? Absolutely stunning. And they are all actual plants? They are indeed. These specimens were brought here hundreds of years ago for conservation, as the calamity had pushed them to the brink of extinction. This zone is like a great conservatory. Precisely, my dear Crow. Here you'll find flora and fauna the likes which no longer exist elsewhere. Doesn't the thought just set your heart aflutter? I suppose. I expect that some creatures I encountered outside of Tural may have cousins in this world. While I'm no expert on life in the reflections, it would make for an interesting study to compare them. I mean, we've definitely seen variants, recolors of creatures from one world to another. Now there's an idea. Leave it to my pupil to think up such. Here we have not only a world's traversing adventurer and a veteran gleaner, but a pair of Charlene's finest scholars besides. It's a veritable gathering of inquisitiveness, and I'm thrilled to be part of it. To begin with, I'd like you to scout out the vicinity and report back with any points of note. This would be a good opportunity to speak with the locals. They're bound to be familiar with the area after all. As Alaneshbia suggested, it would be interesting to compare the creatures here with those native to the source. I never adventured outside of Tural, so I look forward to your insights. So leave it to us. I've only ever been to Charlene myself. I'd like to think I know interesting when I see it. The tubes. Tell me of the tubes. Oh, hello. What am I doing, you ask? Look up the trunk. See the plants within capsules? These are species that either can't survive in Windspath Gardens or would become invasive and disrupt the ecosystem. The capsules recreate the conditions they require, from tropical to frigid climes, while keeping them isolated. In this way, any and all plant life can be preserved forever, just like ourselves. Ah, the endless weed. Some folks would enjoy some endless weed. Okay. A creature wandering about that resembles the treants native to the 12s would. There it is. The Timbers Man. One of the lesser-known Mega Man villains. Flower gardens appear to be meticulously maintained, if not by Endless, then by machines. As I recall, actually, I think this is the one place that still remains that maintains its color and sound once the terminal is shut down, because it's still being supported by systems outside of ones that are contained the Endless. But we'll see how good or bad my memory is. This is not the guy who mentions the Ifa tree, it's in a side quest. There you go. My ancestors aren't actually Alexandria, but hailed from a place called Conde Petit. They had some unique customs there. For instance, when greeting someone, you had to say Lally Ho in a spirited manner. Our settlement was also famous for a gigantic tree that grew nearby. It was so enormous that when you stood at its base, the roots covered the ground and went beyond the horizon. The terminal here at Windspath Gardens apparently inspired that very tree. The Ifa tree, its name is. It may not be real, but it's nice to have it as a memento for posterity. Okay, yeah, so it just gets mentioned here. Oh. Keep missing this one. You know that even the water here is created using electrope? The initial product is too pure, though. Adjustments have to be made so the composition resembles what's found in the natural environment. That's just one of the many things they do to create the ideal conditions for these plants to thrive. I don't know what's become of the world outside the barrier, but I should like to visit lovely spots such as this in real life. Speaking of lovely spots, have you been to the top of this lookout here? It's a great vantage point, and there's even a food stall in case you're hungry. I already kind of went there, because just like my first time here, I missed you entirely and thought both the last two were on top of that platform. But yeah, so you still had, the Malala, had dwarven antics to some degree on the source, or not the source, on the ninth. Ah, welcome back. Kral has just delivered to me a most fascinating report. You have some engaging impressions to share too, I hope. Babble babble. Explain. Dictate. Converse. Well, that is all very interesting indeed, but I must say I'm most fascinated by the ambulating trees. While there are similar creatures in Urkopacha, could you tell me more about these treants as you know them? Gogon is the learned type, so he mentioned a bunch of things like that. Is that so? Though it makes sense they would adapt to their environment in that fashion. I imagine they need careful management to flourish, such as having specific varieties of trees around them. Management of ecosystems. That calls to mind Labyrinthos, does it not? That it does. Lest you wonder, Labyrinthos is a storage facility deep beneath Charlian that contains a recreation of a temperate climate zone. Such a place exists? Amazing. By the by, did anyone also catch sight of a large scalekin? Large scalekin, you say? What does it look like? Nothing I've seen before. It had a rodent-like form and walks on all fours. Looks like a rodent. Wouldn't that make it a beastkin? No, it's covered in scales. One that appear to mimic succulent plants. For that, I would definitely classify it as a scalekin. Well, it's hard to say for certain without seeing it. Why don't you show me? Very well. It was in a flower field earlier. It should still be near. It's over there, then. When we find it, we'll see who's right. Two of you should come along, too, and lend us your opinions. Go on ahead. I'll let the others know and then join you. Pretty sure I had some train of thought I was saying before that cutscene, but I've already forgotten it. I'm sure that shocks everyone. No! Away, robot! Away! Put that angry face away. Stop that. Stop that. I thought. Maybe I finish my thought regarding, comparison to the ninth and whether the dwarf of they're of the same. Well, they'd have to be the same race as the Malala. It's kind of spread there, and I think the point I was saying is that maybe a natural point in Lala evolution at some point to want to have a phrase like Lolly Ho. Maybe there was one in the past for Lalafell themselves, and we haven't heard about it yet. There it is, an echivore. A beast resembling the echivore you encountered in the first. That's the one there. I see. At a glance, it certainly has the look of both scalekin and beastkin. Let's look more closely, shall we? Tell me your observations. Look at the critter. Plant-like scales. That's the first thing I noticed. I dare say those scales are for hiding in foliage. Whee! Oh, there it goes. I'm excited. I believe that the scales upon its back are in fact a unique form of hide. Rather than being shed, it grows with the creature. You may be right. Consider that along with its other characteristics, such as its face and hands, it's more likely to be a beastkin, like you said. Physical examination would be needed to confirm this beyond doubt. I'm satisfied simply to have seen it. It seems you alone were familiar with this species. Where did you encounter it? Another reflection. Fairy Kingdom of the First. Been to the very edge of existence. He has seen life that others could only imagine. Amazing. Creation truly holds no end of mysteries. Oh, how I'd love to see them all. Life beyond the bounds of our star and plain both. Looks like we're having fun. Hearing about the unknown never fails to rouse me. I felt the same way when Kettenram and Galoof treated me to tales of their travels. You met my grandfather too? Oh, didn't I already mention it? It was when Galoof came to Tural to investigate the Golden City. I happened to have business with Galul Jaja, so we met in Tuliolal. Little did I know that the tiny babe he was cradling would return as you. I think that our paths had already crossed all these years ago. Not only yours and mine either. Elneshbia was there too, you know. I don't remember. Quite fine if you don't. Why she was so nervous about not being remembered as a baby. It was actually because Galoof told me about Charlian that I later urged Elneshbia to take up gleaning. My fussy bun was growing up dour and withdrawn. It was when I was at my wit's end that I recalled your grandfather's story about gleaners. Seeing the world through their adventures would inspire a change for the better, I believe. I'm sorry I was dour and withdrawn. Yes, me, you still have some work to do. That's because you're that way that you're with us now, and I, for one, am grateful. Well, let's keep moving, shall we? It's a facility I've been wanting to visit. The Clayra Museum of Nature. They're supposed to have creatures that take you on leisure flights. There's just one problem. It seems only 3 people can fly at one time. And you and Airville should go. The rest of us have still plenty of things we can do here. If there's room for one more, why don't you come with us? You alright? It's settled. The museum is at the bottom of the ramp that runs west of Ionode Arrow. Come on. Was the Era or Iraga? More powerful versions of those. Perfect. We actually have to take this path. Quick cut. Over. Never mind. Okay. A shortcut. Wee! Oh. Dead. Wee! Oh. Not allowed to wee. Weeing is not allowed. Don't wee on the plants. Can't even jump off here. There's actual ground underneath me. Let me go. Me fling myself off of high places. Those are like about half of them. That's not bad. Capybara. Here it is, the Clara Museum of Nature. The main building is closed due to the aether shortage, but happily, they're still offering leisure flights. These are the fellows that will bear us. How adorable. They don't look capable of flight. But come now, you know better than to judge a creature by its appearance. This will be great, I just know it. I actually feel like there's actually some of these people actually somewhere in this they mentioned the whole reference of how lots of like things that shouldn't be able to fly are able to just because they want it bad enough. That allows them to manifest flight through you, or something like that. Like there's a whole theory about it that was in an earlier expansion, which is very fun. Begging your pardon, but this is where you can go on leisure flights, yes? Indeed it is. Bearing you will be our adorable Mewaparas, who are bearing you will be our adorable Mewaparas, who are specially trained by a Turali friend. Just say the word, and we'll send you up, up, and away. There you have it. Shall we then? Are you ready? Go ahead and mount up. The Mewaparas fly a set route, so you need only relax and enjoy the view. Yeah! How exhilarating. I'll be damned. They really do fly. Hey, the way we're flying in formation, don't we look like migrating birds? About that. Except we're on giant rodents. Speaking of migrating birds, the mallard is where your name came from. Did I ever tell you that? That I knew, but I learned it from the shamaness, not from you. Migrating bird can fly anywhere it desires, even across oceans to distant continents. You've done just that, my clever mallard. You plucky duck. I thank you not to call me that. It's Tiny Toon's character. Oh, is it over already? Time really does fly when you're having fun.
Waka waka!
What a joy to see living memory from up high. I really need to set up my theme. my Stream Deck, so I can do the expression changes without actually, pushing buttons that have effects in the games I'm playing. Maybe I'll work on that this week. We'll see. Ah, that was wonderful. An experience worth saving for the very end. You enjoyed yourselves as well, as I trust. It was enjoyable enough, I suppose. For my fussy bun bun, that's high praise. I'm glad I invited you and Gyanji. Thank you for indulging me. If I could, I'd go for another 100 rides, but I must settle for the one. It's time that we were headed to the Aero Terminal. If there are still things you wish to do, you'll want to do them now. When ready, make your way along the path yonder. I'll find the others and let them know the same. She's only a facsimile constructed from her memories. I understand this. When she's right there, as alive and spirited as I'd ever known her, how am I supposed to do it? How am I supposed to erase her? Does she even know how it tears me apart?
How delightful this has been. Not since my journey with the Dawn Servant have I enjoyed myself so.
I wonder, again, I guess Toral must be really large, considering, the Viera lived for a very long time. And saying that she didn't even have enough time to enjoy the, finish exploring Toral. Even with, 30 years, I think is what the time skip was inside the dome. Still, not much time at all for a Viera. So that just means that's just how big Toral is.
No, I'm selling it short. This was even better. And that's because I was able to share this adventure with my darling boy. Well, this is as far as I can go. As for the rest...
Just stop. You're doing it again. Deciding everything by yourself, and then disappearing.
Eleneshpia, you're my pupil, so you ought to understand. Everything that lives must one day die, and that which has died isn't meant to return. This is the way of nature. Mine is an unnatural existence, and I've suffered it only because I had to unmake this twisted mausoleum. But now that brave souls have appeared to whom I might entrust my mission, I may finally embrace the end. Can't you be happy for me?
No.
How could I be happy?
I was actually quite scared, you see. Scared that I'd be trapped inside the barrier forever and denied the thrill of discovery for all my days. Your coming gave me courage and comfort, Eleneshpia. More than you know. And now here I stand, unburdened and free. In this moment, the happiest of my life.
As you wish, Mother. I'll continue what you began. You were right, of course. Leaving home has broadened my horizons. I've met my friends and found this place. So I bid you leave your dreams with me. And no, I'll go where you couldn't go, and do what you couldn't do. I will.
Look at you. All grown up and dependable. Yet with so much more ahead. A world of experiences await you, each a lesson of its own. You may know failure and burning regret, but these too shall become beacons to guide you. So come what may, hold your head high and carry on with conviction. And wherever your journeys take you, keep me close to your heart, will you? I should like to be there, to see what I haven't seen.
You will be, Mother.
Now, run along. And never forget that you're my pride and joy. I trust you all can handle the rest. Take care, and farewell.
Yep. And that's kind of the whole thing. I think in like the polls of people's favorite characters in 14, along with Bakul Jaja, which caught I think a lot of people, like the developers, went off guard. Were also Aaronville and Crow. You know, I can see Bakul and Aaronville both got kind of very, you know, some good, you know, story arcs around them and, you know, moving through the story. Crow finally got some. I do feel like she could have gotten a bit more attention other than just being, I'm here too, I'm here to help, and then not getting any kind of, being one little teaser tidbit, and then, like at the halfway point, and then here at the end. But, you know, she got something at least. We'll leave this to you, Aaronville. I won't waver. Not anymore. If you're ready yourselves, then so am I. And yeah, kind of fitting that Aaronfell is the one who turns this one off. Well, Clamont got to turn off too. Now, Mika's perfect obviously made sense because of, you know, that was her mom. I guess Otis kind of works since, you know, effective father to her nephew. We really didn't have another person to take that other than us ourselves. We really didn't have much of a more of a bond with Otis than anyone else did. We've only left what? Graha, which would have been even more awkward, as he never even saw. Like, I was gonna say he never even saw Otis. Anyone would have been like Alice.
That makes all of them.
All that remains is to wait for the meso-terminal to become vulnerable when it's about to initiate fusion. And then we strike.
Yeah, you know, it's like all the plant life is still alive. Like, that didn't go away. And here, again, this is the place that's still the most alive after being turned off.
Please be advised, we are entering the final phase of world bridging. Repeat, we are entering the final phase of world bridging. The ether of all residents will shortly be replenished. Be at ease. No action on your part is required. We thank you for your patience.
Wait, it's already begun?
That's what we said, what we said, what we said. Right now it's silent, but after the whole thing, once we've wrapped this stuff up, every other area still remains, like, we get some quiet music, but yeah, this is the only place that still remains as green as it is. And a moment too soon. It's as if it's as if she's saying she won't let us do as we please anymore. Though our time here, we've come to know what it is Sphene seeks to protect. But that doesn't change what we have to do. But actually, I think I had gone and done all the side quests. I don't think there's any other ones here. Yeah, because there's 2 there, 1 there. We would be able to fly right now if we'd pause to do all the grabbing all the aether currents and whatnot. Also, title drop. We'll carry out Kakiwa's plan. It's our best chance at stopping Sphene. It will be dangerous, I shouldn't doubt. We're all prepared, I assume. It goes without saying. Come, we head to the meso-terminal. Please let me... There. I want to go to the... And we need to get to the cool S ramp. I've got the hollow, echoed music at this point. Moving forward. Of course, it's being overwritten by our cool bike music. Blasting our radio. I don't know why I felt I wanted to jump that, but I did, so I did. Do it again, too. You can't stop me. You know. No good. Seems we can't simply shut down the Meso Terminal like the others. Not surprising in the least. My mother did tell us its defenses are tight. But she also left me a means of circumventing them, a program that will send your souls into the Terminal's memory banks. Therein lies a virtual domain generated by Sphene's memories. We would venture into this domain and then seek out and stop Sphene. If our souls are transferred in their entirety, dying in that domain would be no different from dying outside of it. There's no guarantee of safe return. Nonetheless, that is a risk we must take. We've already come this far, and I'll be damned if I'm going to turn back now. By meeting the Endless, I've gained a better understanding of Sphene and the burden she bears. I want to say a few things to her when we meet again, even if it doesn't make a difference. Whatever happens, we won't let Sphene walk her misguided path any longer. I'll do all I can to provide support. Mother has instructed me on her program as well as the world within the terminal. I'll also keep an eye on your bodies while you are gone. If it come to it, though, I won't hesitate to call on our comrades outside. I'm acutely aware of my limits. Upon entering the terminal, we will most certainly meet with fierce resistance from its defenses. Then there is Sphene herself. In order to initiate interdimensional fusion, said she intends to erase her own memories. The manner of entity she will become as a result, none can say. And if she invokes the key and opens portals to other worlds, she would have access to vast amounts of ether to bring to bear against us. We must be prepared for anything. Whatever we'll encounter won't change our objective, and won't change what I'll do. Come, my friends, it's time to settle this. Time to punch Sphene in the cyber mouth. Okay, that's a word you apparently recognize, Captainer. Is that an actual word, cybermouth? We'll have Diplomat stay the tank this time. Well, it doesn't really matter. I said, do we want the big single hit from having effectively a melee DPS with Wuklamot? But honestly, it doesn't. It does not matter. So, I mentioned a point where we kind of got to see Sphene, like the original Sphene, and the things that she would do to save her people that makes me kind of like her more than Cyber Sphene. And it's in here.
To the memories of better days, I bid farewell.
It opens up still kind of the same, you could say, because everyone's just, you know, saying, showing how happy they are to see her. Oh, the princess is coming. She makes time for us. She's so great. This, that, and the other, you know. funny thing is, like, it's such a what they do is such a, I guess, a kind of a small thing. I don't know if that just shows how easy I am to actually please, or if that's just how little they actually needed to do to make me care for, maybe others care for about Sphene as a character, like this Sphene as a character, not memory Sphene about the same. Well, technically don't ever see her. You just hear her. Spoilers for, you know, a couple minutes into this dungeon.
Your smile means all is right with the world.
If I smile, it is because you all smile for me.
I got distracted trying to see what the people were saying behind me. I don't think I've ever actually looked at what they were saying. Almost let Wook fall down. Honestly, I had leveled up Red Mage. I could use that instead. So that's making the body to kind of look around all of the trust did bear stuff. You're raw. I mean, if you haven't shown me by this point, I don't know if you'll really be able to show me. Yes, I know you're talking to the enemy, but I just saying idle commentary while they're out the crowd. Elefante.exe.
Security protocol.
The techno voices in this area are also really good. Antivirus ads.
Initiating level 3 security protocol.
Mechanic of this is pretty simple. These show what each of them are going to do. But there's the bits that it just showed before this. And trying to figure out which timing of what definitely made the avoiding it kind of awkward as a melee this time around. Okay, do I stand in here? Do I have when? now you've seen this. That whole situation kind of caught me off guard the first time I did this. Like, which of these is gonna land first? It's always the crosses and circles, and then the actual. Not so bad once you actually know at the time.
Allow me.
Actually, I think I had a lot of problems with a lot of the fights in here first time around.
You are my people, and I will protect you. The painful memories of war.
We just missed the transition because I was
to
putting
rest.
the neck on, but neck piece on. But yeah, now we're getting to see the actual. And here's the part where you actually get to see, like, just doing something as simple as what they're about to show with Sphene. They're just showing in, because again, we got to see a similar situation of here is her city in trouble, and we had a Sphene who has infinite number of bodies effectively by just body hopping. And she could, like, with no risk to herself, jump in the way and help save people, as one of the viewers pointed out. I didn't even think about that. We get to see how the real Sphene acts in a moment of crisis like this. So we get to see a comparison between the two. And I feel like, weirdly enough, it makes me dislike the current Sphene more than the original Sphene. And we only get to see the original Sphene. We get implications of the original Sphene in this singular dungeon. I think it's after this fight, or the fight after, we get to see what I'm talking about. I forgot that thing had that move. Or I killed the thing too fast. Look at it. That's the princesses. That's the queen. Like, that's the Queen's ship right there. She is out here in this storm, looking for people to save.
If I may?
She's putting herself out on the line in this lightning chaos, in ruin, trying to help her people. Like, we're actually seeing her try and do stuff, rather than just, again, being told about all the good things she's doing. Just having something similar to this, I think, might have helped a bit more in my respect for the current. The sad thing is we got a similar situation of her people under attack under the robots, and she doesn't even bother. She doesn't do nearly as much for them. She's trying, at the risk of her own life, she's trying to save people. But when people come in to protect her, she's like, no, you need to get away. That moment of alone did more for me as, for the original Sphene than everything involving Cybers. It's kind of sad, because like that's such a simple thing to do. Show us that she's willing to do stuff, that she's tried things, rather than just being told about everything and seeing her do effectively nothing. That's all I need. And I didn't get that.
Security breach confirmed. Initiating level 5 security protocol.
Now this one is actually a fight that took me a little while to figure out how it actually worked. When the pieces fall down, where they fall shows up where it's going to cut off. And that part took me an embarrassingly long time to figure out. I thought it would be like a situation of, okay, this is the way it's looking. Like, with, the redone, Praetorum fight. Yeah, there you go. You kind of know that's everything in the fight. was gonna do a post Numa there, but we'll cover that. Yeah, it kind of shows I'm so unused to doing this with the trusts. Because yeah, that ring bit, I completely forgot about that one. Because this thing's usually dead before that.
Fear not. You will all live on. And at the last, my final endless.
Fire protected. Initiate Getty protocol.
One more boss left to do, then final boss. Figured we had like one more to go before we're done. Glad my guesstimate on how long it would take to clear it out. Pretty on point. Yeah, I do want to emphasize that, again, most of this, like, of the expansion, I don't have a large issue with. I had a good time with it. I had fun with it. I'm not saying the entire thing is terrible and things are, unsalvageable. The writers are bad and should feel it. There's a lot of anger and irritation. I think people are expecting more along the lines of, and, Shadowbringers and Endwalker. Even though I've said that this is kind of
They've done it! They've preserved the Queen's...
kind of a return to...
We can't give up!
Again, the idea that I thought that this would be kind of the jumping on point for new arrivals. Soft reset. And the entire idea is for part of it. Holding for a vacation. Obviously, it does kind of ruin the vacation bit of it, considering that we have to deal with another world-ending threat halfway through it. But I mean,
now I'll show you.
That's fine, honestly. And again, I like the first part. The second part, again, I think let's actually see what the role show is actually about. Again, a lot of fixes, like little adjustments here and there for most of it, cover most of my happening. Like, and again, they still had pretty good time. It's just I feel like they fumbled the landing more so with Sphene than with Zerolja. I could figure out ways to make Zerolja work easier. Work for me, I should specify. So again, in context of for me. Then I could pursue. Like one more stick. Right. That's soon. I can well that last bit of critique concern. Eliminator. Bleeding edge technology. Because the edge bleeds. Causes bleeding. Do you get it?
Initiating level 9. Activate components. Engaging properties. Attempting removal via incision. Re-attempting removal via incision.
Well, that side didn't work. I should try this side instead. Oh, that didn't work either. Well, dang.
Attempting extermination via multiple armaments. Purging via armaments. Acquiring target. Exterminating. Commencing final attack sequence.
Final attack sequence before we're even at halfway health. I don't know about
Attempting
that.
annihilation via high-powered energy discharge.
Causing problems for these generators. Oh, please don't. Now, please.
Energy accumulation complete. Initiating final attack protocol. Foreign entities remain. Resuming annihilation.
Well, crap. That was my final attack. I have nothing left now.
Attempting total annihilation. Annihilation. Annihilation.
Sounds mad. This looks a lot more dangerous than it actually is. I think it actually kind of worried me the first time I saw it. But that's me standing on the wrong side of that half. That's on me.
This should do it!
If I may?
Foreign entities remain. Resuming annihilation.
If we die because I screwed that up, so bad. Well, please not pointed at me. Thank you. I actively moved there, so I would be out of the way for that. You ran straight at me.
Annihilation. Annihilation. Annihilation.
Well, that's Can't believe we killed Alexandria's entire antivirus software. Can't edit that. I'll leave first. This is what the internet looks like. Isn't it neat? Welcome to alexandria.com.gov.
Sphene, listen to me, please!
I'm afraid she's gone.
Synchronization will soon be complete.
Not gonna lie, the final boss does look pretty rad.
Synchronization complete. Data for the endless Sphene has been overwritten and reconfigured. All shall be well, henceforth and in perpetuity. Forever will I keep and cherish my people. To that end, I have removed the remaining checks upon my authority.
Why were there checks on your authority to begin with if you're supposed to be the queen? Unless preservation had some stuff in place? Or... because I can't see Duralja being very good with computers to impose checks, code-wise.
Gods!
They're all in cubes now. That's my attack.
The plan will be summarily removed.
Wait, I still haven't set.
Be gone from my presence.
The control all didn't hit me.
According to Eliminator's battle data, you pose the single greatest threat.
I mean, it wasn't wrong. All the more surprising you left me here instead of ejecting me.
As such, you will be erased, here and now.
You can't get a trust here. I won't allow it.
I am the bearer of the memories of Queen Sphene of Alexandria, and my desire to protect my people transcends all others. If it were you, could you have found another way? With your strength, could you have held fast to that which is dear without sacrifice? Listen to me. There's something that I need to tell you. Is that concern or suspicion?
Yes. Well earned, apparently.
If things should take a turn for the worse... Might I...
Also the music, of course. Very good.
Obstructions to the plan will be summarily removed.
Oh yeah, well I got my Asm Stone. Now here's a bit I didn't notice until someone else pointed out when I watched their stream of it, because I just completely missed. I missed this point. What? Look what's on top of the key. Ready? Oh hi, symbol of Asm. So the implication is potentially this key is Asm's. For a guy who wanders around and jump, having a way to jump dimensions does feel like something he'd have, to be fair. He left it with the Lalas of whatever island. And, yeah, I missed that entirely. I didn't even know. I don't know why I didn't notice the fact, because though you see the symbol on the Asm Stone we have, and then we see the same symbol on the key. So this is Asm's key. I don't know if it'll ever be referred to that as such, but yeah. Why, how and when he left that behind for folks to get a hold of. Left it behind for them to use an emergency where they just kind of stumbled across it and kept it and ended up being a useful tool. Could not say. But I don't know how long the wait for the trial is going to be. So I'm just going to touch on this here and now. We're also going back from ads too. So the thought is that the white crystal in the key is Auracite. and that the big thing that we're going to be encountering next is in the future patches is going to be Ultima, like the actual Ultima, not the primal version of Ultima, which I believe is when we fight in the Final Fantasy in the tactics raids. I've seen some thoughts that maybe that Electrope may also be effectively Auracite. That one's a bit more visible, but I definitely would not be surprised if that center crystal is Ultiman. Would that be the proper adjective? Ultimatian? Auracite? Especially considering it reacts to desires and wishes, fervent desires and wishes. And also the whole idea that Auracite, especially in tactics, is like it's neither good nor evil, it's how it is used. Interesting idea. So I'm looking forward to see how likely that theory is. The other big question, I guess, is that is to be running around is, again, if Electrope is also Auracite, a bit less likely thing, is that a ninth reflection only thing, or does it exist on the source? And will there be situations where, now that, you know, the source is aware of its existence, because again, they're mining it in the little, like, area within the dome, which is a piece of the ninth fused to the source. So either, even if it doesn't occur naturally in the source, it has been introduced to the source. And it's going to have quite an impact, I feel. Like, I would not be surprised if it is something that, if Alexandria and remember the twins are here to think of ways of helping out Garlemald. I wonder if Electrope combined with magic technology will usher in a new golden age of prosperity for Garlemald and get it back into a position of stability and possibly even strength. I'm hoping that that's, you know, if that happens, it doesn't also just mean that a new Garlean Emperor will return him to the status quo of, you know, trying to be, you know, a tyrannical empire. But I can see it helping them kind of better establish a niche for themselves in having a working relationship with Alexandria. I could have actually talked about the whole thing about the theory about the upcoming stuff is going to involve Ultima. Yeah, this is again, as a healer, I expected a very quick pop for this fight, but you know, it's still taking a bit of time. It's been long after the Dawntrail dropped, and it's also near the end of the week before reset. You usually don't get as many people doing like trial roulettes and whatnot. Because I know naturally I do, is I knock out my roulettes to max out my tombstones Tuesday, Wednesday, Tuesday, you know, between Tuesday and Wednesday, Tuesday through Thursday at the latest. I just like knocking out as soon as possible. I shouldn't surprise you that on my main, I've already knocked it out. Again, I have not think I've done this fight. Even when I do my roulettes, I don't think I've hit this fight again. So I'm not going to remember. I have vague memories of some of the details of the fight, but not a lot, which may be problematic for doing the fight. I may go quiet for a bit while I'm focusing on trying to keep everyone alive, because I don't have a trust to fall back on here. We need a better look at her. No, we have. You know, it's working. Oh, there it goes. Oh, hey, you want to go take a better look at the boss? No, here. Like angelic, you know, classic biblical slash, you know, insect slash technology combination. Not a bad look.
The worlds have been bridged. Be at ease, everyone. Your ether will soon be replenished.
About that.
I will suffer no interference. Disappear.
No. You can't make me. Which one of you is actually...
Greetings and goodbye.
Okay, I need to know which one of you is actually tanking so I can...
Do not be afraid. Death is not the end.
Like, this effect I remember being very rad. Just the grid effect. That I remember.
Deploying drone. Do not be afraid. Death is not the end. I will show you the world beyond. Deploying drone.
This effect is kind of rad. Oh no, tank! Oh jeez. Not getting a chance to pick up everyone else. Thank you for getting the tank.
Deploying drone.
Oh geez, out of the center. Center's bad, center's bad! Oh, no. I barely remember the fight, but apparently I'm still doing better than a couple of the other folks who apparently don't remember the fight either. I didn't have... Oh, because the main tank switched because of the fall down. Assault mechanic is very cool, very interesting, but also really frigging...
Do not be afraid. Death is not the end.
This sucks. Please keep the tank up while I'm getting everyone else up. The issue of being the again, not remembering to fight, and also apparently having to keep a lot of folks alive. Taking a lot of my focus, so I can't really talk about the fight and how to handle it, even if I remembered how the fight went. I've seen the general. Yes, actually. Despite your best efforts, I am still alive. Thank you.
Are you still alive? Disengaging. Target area eliminated. Commencing erasure.
This sucks.
System overload. Aborting process. Let us rise above.
Please stop standing on top of me, please! Trying to avoid it so we don't all get freaking hit, and you're just running over me over and over again. Please stop.
We require ether.
What did I get hit by? I don't know what I got hit by.
Deploying drone.
You stop running this stuff on top of me. Appreciate that. I have no MP at this point.
Do not be afraid. Death is not the end.
It's Black Mage. Actually, I can use your for some MP recovery. Fine.
Deploying drone. Are you still alive?
Yes, actually. I did fall down for a bit, but I'm back now.
Is this a rift in reality? Has she lost control of the power?
I have escaped the cube!
Sphene, listen to me.
That line is unfortunately very weak, all things considered. I feel like it should be a lot more impactful for her breaking back in here.
I understand. I do. And I know that you won't be swayed from your course.
Sphene! So very, like, quiet.
But if there's truly no other way to resolve this...
We know she's a good voice actor. She's done some good stuff.
Not as a machine, but as the real you.
Like, it should be a lot more, like, intensity here.
Lamachi.
Like that. Maybe a bit louder, too.
Anomaly detected in memory banks. Data for the endless Sphene partially restored.
Machines are really bad at overriding
I
data
desire,
in anime and video games, aren't they?
Fail. I can't bear to lose them. Not again.
I feel your pain, as if it were my own. At last, I think I know you. All of you.
How can you say that to me now?
I don't know if burying her does anything, but I can, so I'm going to.
It's over, Sphene. We will stop you.
No! I won't let you! I can't! I will protect my people's happiness!
Leave that burden with us now. We will bear it in your stead.
Good snack will come on. Ta-da! We done doed it. Might have had some other people who were new to the fight beyond me, because we saw a couple people just falling down repeatedly too. Or just not remembering the fight. I'm not sure what hit me and downed me at that point. I'll probably have to look back later. There's probably just a mechanic I just did not miss in all that chaos. Because I was too busy running my mouth. As you do.
Sphene!
I've kind of already covered
Your voice reached me, Lamachi.
most of my thoughts about this while we're running through penultimate dungeons.
Is it really you?
I think I have one more point to kind of drop here.
No, only in part. My memories as a living person are gone. I've been remade from those I had as an endless.
How's that different from how you were, Sphene?
However,
if only the memories of the endless, so not you've lost. I guess that makes sense. You've lost all the memories that were put in you of the ideal Sphene, and now all is left is the memories that were created after the fact as the endless.
once you wanted to know me, Lamachi. Let my last act be to give an honest accounting. I am, above all, sorry for the suffering I've caused your people and mine. I am ultimately powerless against the inevitable, unable to do aught but visit harm upon the innocent.
See, the whole thing is, the big sticking point, I guess, here is that the implication is she couldn't go against her program. This is all, she couldn't go the other direction, she couldn't do anything because the programming was stopping. But she was able to have enough authority to overwrite her own programming once she hit this threshold or something like that. I don't know.
I am, in the end, a pitiful, selfish creature.
I mean, they do have the point that she never asked to be made as them. And maybe, to show that, she was kind of more of the prototype endless, the first type, like the rest of them afterwards are kind of better and more efficient and more accurate, I guess. Showing that she had some sort of glitches and defects. Again, laying the seeds through seeing her might have helped more for that angle. That was what they were going for. Because the big point here is, I think the implication here, and what they're trying to push for, is that we should, feel sorry for her. We should pity her for her situation. And again, you heard how much I'm complaining about her. It's hard to pity all that, having all those thoughts. And these endings are either can be absolutely rude, blame it on Sphene's memories, which doesn't make sense. Don't know which one to pick here. This.
Our nations are worlds apart.
I just kind of jab at her this. You're just a system. It's kind of hard. There's no in between. You either are wholly forgiving of her, or you're being completely. It's like, oh, you're just an application. You're just a system. Even the ending is a bit awkward.
Could never be so. We each had our own to protect.
And, I don't know, Clement, because here, again, this is my kind of final wall of complaining at the very end, go figure, and all Sphene, is that it could have been so if Sphene had bothered trying to do stuff, feels like. If we got more implications that there were some blocks in her system that was keeping her from doing it. things that were put in place by Zerolja, or if we went with my whole fanficky, my way of writing the story thing, where Jafarja was still around. Jafarja could have learned the technology and was putting blocks in place that didn't exist before to centralize power for themselves and, as get their piece of the pie, and saw Sphene as a threat. And so once he knew he was an endless, started blocking off bits of her access. And we were talking about limiting the accesses. That would explain, he dug into and was using the preservation access to keep her from doing things. So then this decision of needing to override those controls would make more sense. Do all these overrides that couldn't comply with what she really wanted to do, which was work with us or what have you, because of these blocks that were put into place by someone else. If they are exist, because we don't get told that, we don't get to see that, we just get told by no, it can't work. It could never have worked. We don't hear the why. Other than, well, the endless requires souls, and I'm going to take souls regardless.
When I was still alive, then perhaps.
No, well, we've tried, showing research that they've tried for hundreds of years to find an alternative, or something like that, and showing that she was still trying to find alternative methods, and things still weren't working. If she reached out to us and at least hey, and we worked with her and found out there was still no, we were a light of hope, and even we failed to provide the information she needed. Something to show that, to prove that this was the only path. Other than making it feel like this had to happen because otherwise the plot wouldn't happen.
But it's no use dwelling upon a miracle that didn't happen.
So, I can't feel sorry for her, even though the game is very much trying to show that lament her and feel sorry for her. Maybe it works for other people, but it doesn't.
I treasured our time together. It pains me to think that its memory will disappear along with me.
That's the whole point of this. It's not going to. There's another half of the person who, in this pairing of spending time together, Sphene.
I know I have no right to ask this of you, but when I'm gone, my people, will you?
We'll take care of them. Don't worry. And we will never forget the Endless. Neither them, nor the time we spent with you. So be free of your burdens, Sphene. And sleep well.
I will. Thank you.
As I said in the Dungeon Crawl, everything else, honestly, was fine. I enjoyed almost every other aspect of it. The things were, again, laying the seeds of Zerolja better, doing something with Sphene to make her decision-making that she makes at the end feel less like, this has to happen, because plot says so. Those tweaks, I think, would have been enough to finish my few gripes my gripes with. But otherwise, again, had a good time. Looking forward to seeing what the writing team does now, because apparently, the writing team before this originally just worked on side quests. So, again, this is kind of a new start for them as well. So, I can only hope that they learn from it and improve, and we get some more interesting stories and delving into whether it's
beloved Alexandria,
like what theorists are thinking that might be Ultima, showing the true Ultima showing herself and causing problems, or whatever else is set on the roadmap. kind of the point I wanted to make. Is like, even though I have all these complaints and things I feel like could have been adjusted and tweaked and stuff to make it work better for me, overall I had an alright time with the experience. Like, I've heard a lot of people just throwing a lot of hate, it's like, for it. And I don't think it's all of it, especially considering. Still had some very good moments, some very powerful moments. Again, even though the plot feel like it was forced to get us to this point, to, you know, this zone had some very good plot beats in it. You know, there's still been made a. I complain because I care and I like what we have and think that still could have been, you know, thinking of ways it could have been even better. I guess I'm greedy like that. This was alright, but it could have been better, and I want more.
So it was that the meso-terminal fell dark, and the Endless departed for oblivion's embrace.
Memories from the terminals, again, I think, or at least they've just gone, or were they
resplendent
released
paradise
and got
was
to
no
rejoin
more,
with whatever
as the
lingering
memories
memories
sustaining
of
it
themselves
faded
in the
with the
etheric
golden
sea.
light.
Like Otis. Otis's two halves of memory got to fuse together afterward, where it fades into the etheric sea.
Even so, in a way, they live on.
It's like for the rest of them, it may not work.
This
Depending on how long
I
it's
felt
been
with
for them.
conviction, as I
The
basked in the
original-
glow of a new dawn.
The remnants of their own original memories. I guess because they got pulled out and put into the system, so they couldn't go back and join in. Only be in this situation like this. The whole digitization of the reincarnation cycle is something I guess I'm having some concerns and issues wrapping my head around. It makes me raise a bunch of questions that probably maybe either not understanding completely, asking too many questions that don't need to be asked. So like you're thinking too much, Ham. Settle down.
It remains to be seen how interdimensional fusion may have affected other reflections.
Not like we're gonna try, hoping.
Kryle's parents spoke of the power's capacity for both good and evil. I cannot help but wonder how Sphene's deeds will be remembered by those they touched.
I think the big idea is that the key is going to give us, as
the key
reincarnation
that
of
started it
Aslan,
all was entrusted to the adventurer.
Yeah, that is going to allow us to just kind of dimension hop freely.
Such an artifact certainly lies within the Scion's realm of expertise, and no objection was raised to their retaining it for research.
Both him and the Scions, they find a way to, you know, fully access it, do just hops instead of, you know. So we may have ways to bring everyone over to the first.
By order of Vau Kona,
exploring the other
cenote was
other
placed under the
reflections.
strict watch of the Landsguard.
I still wonder if we could have Bakul Jaja.
With the mighty Bakul Jaja among their number, they shall not want
Yeah,
for strength,
he's Landsguard.
even in Soralja's absence. Upon learning of their queen's passing, the people of Alexandria mourned and wept. Having devoted herself to sparing them sorrow, the sight might well have moved Sphene to tears. However, with Wuklamat carrying on her legacy,
I know some people complaining that, okay, well, Wolfamot is now just in charge of both Alexandria and Tuliola, and she's acting as regent for Gululja.
As anticipated, the news that young Gululja had succeeded his father as king was greeted with trepidation. Reception was also mixed when Wuklamat came forward to name herself as the boy's
like, okay, no, cool, she gets to have 2 nations she's in charge of and all that, but I mean...
But the people were mollified to learn that Everkeep's systems remained operational, and there would be no impact on their lives.
Now that's another thing I'm curious about. What we've seen in the raids is that beast souls are still being used because the Arcadian is the raid. Gets reacted.
One day, when he is older, Gululja will decide for himself.
Just wondering
what manner of ruler
if
he will
the
be.
whole cyber soul system is going to continue happening.
Till that day and beyond,
or if they're going to try to wean them off.
The young king be illuminated by the love of family.
There's a lot of stuff they can delve into in the future patches. I'm kind of curious with the whole what happens to Alexandria and their reliance on the soul system. If Ultima is involved with the key.
Meanwhile, in Tuliola, the people came together to hail their new Dawn servants' great victory.
Or maybe they'll just do something completely out of the blue that I'm not expecting.
Having honored those they lost, they turned their attention to a brighter future and celebrated for 3 days and nights.
I want to see something celebrated for like 3 days and 5 nights. Like somehow the day is skipped somehow. There are enough time-related antics happening apparently. The taco! That's not the taco. That's the taco. Denied the taco. I want the purple. Help! Children! I don't know how to handle children!
Not everything had been resolved, though. Those who had spent 30 years in the Dome struggled to resume their former lives. This and a host of other challenges remained.
This is a good cube. I was actually half expecting there would be an update to this thing to also show
people may be assured
the whole Alexander
will endure.
Nah, it's just the one that got shown when these two became joint Dawn servants, which makes sense. Because I was actually kind of expecting a completely different carving, other than the one they already showed us. But oh, yep, okay, no, that makes sense. You need to cover. You have an eye guard, dude. You have this mask you've been wearing almost the entire time, except for when we were doing the cowboy outfit in Shaloni, and when we were dressing up as a knight. You're good. You don't need to cut the shield your eyes. There you go. I've kind of covered everything. My thoughts on Dawntrail, what like musings on what's to come. Trying to put, again, keep a more. I don't know. With all my complaining, I don't know if it qualifies as even keeled. Considering, there's a lot of complaints in there, but as I've reiterated multiple times, although it sounds like it's more convincing myself than convincing you at some point, but I did have a good time with it. I mean, I wouldn't have run through the whole game, the whole MS2 a second time on stream, reading everything. I hadn't enjoyed the journey, wanted to kind of go through it again and add bits and pieces of where I liked. It's where I think things could have been added in to make it a bit better. And again, most of them were kind of minor, I guess. Other than, again, my full rewriting of the idea of having Jafarja being a bigger role. Now, if we're putting my rewrite aside, that part, a lot of little ones were like some mini games, some nods towards the ideas in the plot a bit in the lead up instead of having it all kind of being revealed and dumped on us in these last moments. Everything else? Yeah. Good time. Obviously, again, the biggest shortcoming of this is we did not get the rail shooter on the train. Dang it. Sorry. Bumped the mic while stretching. Went to go do a big old stretch and bumped me mic. Apologies for that. Yeah, I'm glad that my estimate that it would take about 2 more sessions to finish it off was about right. Even if those 2 sessions got kind of spaced out by about a whole week thanks to real life. Anyone who kind of hung around and watched all of these through and suffered my complaints and theory crafting and fanficking, thank you for hanging down. Hopefully you enjoyed yourselves, and if you're interested in playing 14, I definitely say pick it up. Good MMO. I enjoy it. And though, I have mentioned that maybe I could be relatively complete, but this is the MMO that got me back into MMOs after my whole drama situation with in World of Warcraft, which was its own thing. Which I will not go into here. We're not going to go into that. Ah. Punch to the tum-tum. Violent. Messing with my audio again. Alas, I'm fiddling with my audio. Go figure. Yeah, I'm probably not going to stream doing the raids. Future patches come out, I'll kind of weigh my thoughts on it, but just like with Endwalker, I just kind of did the main story quest and streamed that. I think I probably gotta leave that the same here, because, I mean, if folks have been watching and enjoying this stuff, I thank you, but, like, usually, most of these streams have been very, very quiet. Just me kind of speaking, ironically, into the ether. I guess it's nothing new for most of my streams, but you know. Maybe with the next expansion I'll do it again. We'll see. But again, we'll have to see when the patches hit and if they feel like they're worth bringing streaming, going through those patches on Gogon here. Or if I'll just kind of do them on my own time. We'll see. Or, you know, just kind of leave it, and if you're also curious on what's going to happen next, and you haven't picked up the game, you can come play it yourself. They have streamlined a lot of the earlier patches. It is a bit of a time investment to get all the way up to here. Again, I think that's kind of the reason why there was that thought about having a new spring on point being Dawntrail, so people can come in and start at this level and not have to go through all the beginning part. And that's why a lot of the earlier content does not get referenced much until like the back half there. It's kind of trying to make it mostly standalone, but that got scrapped. But I think it may be for the best, just because part of Final Fantasy XIV's charm, I think, is the story that evolves through it. And if you're skipping through the story, you're kind of missing out on a lot of big points and interactions and moments. When those get called upon later, if you skip those, you kind of miss out on that, which does put a bit of a time investment into the game, more than I guess you could with a lot of other ones. But I guess you could also just story skip. You can buy skips if you just want to skip. But if you have the time for it, I do recommend working the way through and encountering the story from start to finish in your own way. So I guess if there's enough VODs of people, going through all of it themselves, which there are of, you could probably just watch those and then get, you've already seen, once you felt like you've seen everything, then you can join in and get the skips and know about everything without having to have participated in it, I guess. The wonders of the internet. There's definitely a few things. Again, I mentioned there's a lot of stuff I skipped that I did not show on stream. We did show the Conan Servant side quest, but there were a bunch of other side quests that actually do flesh out a lot of the world. I think some people's complaints was that a lot of the world building that could have been in the MSQ was relegated instead to side quests that you may not have done. You're just skipped over. And then there's also the role quests, which are pretty goofy, that I kind of also skipped over. The holiday event quests I didn't show off, because there were a couple of them that happened during the course of me going through this second time, but didn't show any of that. There's plenty still to see on your own. I think that's kind of the best. And even if you do this whole thing, again, like a lot of the multiple choice answers you give are kind of still don't change things, but you can make answers that more fit your character, what you feel was the correct answer to give to that situation. And then just handling the various content with a different job, doing them with randos instead of with the trusts. There's many ways to experience and enjoy 14. And I think that's a good thing. Everyone has their own way to enjoy it. I can give recommendations for what I think. That's both all based off of my preferences, just like my thoughts on what could have been changed to make it work better for me. And I just felt like I'd add my little wall of wishy-washy commentary to the expansion to add to the pile of all the other ones. Especially considering like a lot of it I've been seeing, at least in my circles, have been a lot of negative commentary. I kind of want to, even if my commentary was wishy-washy and had complaints here and there, show that, there are that, put a voice out there that is of someone who did ultimately enjoy the expansion. Obviously does not think it's perfect, as you I mean, if you think I thought it was perfect after all the complaints I gave all the way to the end, I don't know what to tell you. Not entirely sure how you would think that. but at least to kind of add a semi-positive, like, this pretty good time. Things could have been adjusted to make it fit better for my preferences. But again, this game isn't made just to appease me. Trying to, be a good time for as wide a range of people as possible. And unfortunately for some people, that includes things like, and this is a thing I didn't really touch on, is a lot of people have complained about the dumbing down of the skill sets of the various jobs and whatnot. I have a couple people who miss how complex Monk used to be, in particular. They want there to be jobs that are technical challenges, but also the Yoshi P's team did try to help a little bit in regards to making the dungeons and trials and raids harder. And some people have complained about that, as some would, and there have been people who were looking for that increased difficulty who are happy that it got done. And I'm sure there's some people who think it wasn't far enough. You're trying to, have something enjoyable for the widest blanket of people. It's gonna be hard. You're never gonna make everyone happy. It's just an impossibility. So you just try to make it as widespread enjoyable as possible, I guess. And whether that hit the mark, whether that hit the mark for you is going to be a personal thing. And I can't tell you you're wrong for thinking so. I can only say, in my opinion, it's a pretty good time. First half is a fun little romp. It could have had some mini games here and there to make it more engaging, especially from the point of view of Wook Lamont. Maybe more cuts, peeks over to the other crews, so we got to see more of them and get to understand them a bit more. Part of that knowing whole theme of this, and lay the groundwork for Zeralja's treachery a bit better. Of course, just my whole fanficky thing, putting aside my whole fanfiction idea of kind of rewriting Zeralja a fair bit and adjusting Surrealja / Jafarja's role and everything. Second half, again, most of my issues with the second half all circle around Sphene. Like, Zeralja doing his thing is fine. I have too much problem with that. His character, his true character, finally got a chance to shine at this point instead of being held so close to the chest, so that was fine. Again, the traitoring of Surrealja, I feel like could have happened later. As I said, my whole spiel on that, on where I felt it should have happened. For the final battle with Zeralja. And then again, like, my main issues were just particularly with Sphene. And everything that came out from that. My issues with the back half come specifically due to my not understanding, not getting, not particularly liking Sphene as a character. And again, as I mentioned, made worse because I have ideas that could have made it work better, but again, like, I have so many different fragment things. It's not as a solid idea as it is with Zeralja, of him, being the big, showing like he's the big brother who felt like he has to take the throne, adding on to his burdens, and not actually being a bad guy until he starts getting twisted and corrupted by Surrealja. And then seeing the manifestation of him being left alone with only Surrealja / Jafarja as his main guiding force after 30 years in the time bubble, twisting him into what he is in the back half. Rather than him just having this weird, strange darkness that is hidden behind a really weird, reason for doing what he's doing, that doesn't really get outed as it being a lie for his true issue until, level 99.
keep in mind, like, we didn't really find out, like, the truth of Zoralja and his whole situation until, basically, the fight with him, the trial fight with him, which is, you know, after Orogenics. It's the penultimate zone, you know, and, like, 2 fights before, like, 2 encounters before the end, because you have Orogenics, then you have him, then you have Alexandria, then you have the Sphene fight. That's how close to the end of the game we finally get to see what's Zoralja's deal. And for a game, which someone pointed out to me again, I voiced this then as well, for a game where a lot of the villains are very open and upfront, having someone who's playing himself that close to the chest and not even giving the player any insights until the very end feels weird. I said, like, how I've covered everything, but here I am, you know, recapping everything again just because I'm in yammering mode as the credits roll. More yammery than usual, I suppose. And I don't have to worry about, you know, me accidentally trying to pipe up during a cutscene and talking over someone, or stopping awkwardly while, you know, in between continuing text to go on a tirade. You know, if you want to kind of the big overview of everything, just nice and, I can't say clean, but all condensed into one spot, I guess this is where you want it. from me. And just get to see where we go from here, see how the writers improve. I'm sure they're going to take what they've learned from here and, you know, probably the good and the bad, considering a lot of the apparently very vocal complaints about the expansion, and try to improve their product and improve in the patches. And hopefully it's in a positive direction. We'll have to see. So I'm curious where they go with it, whether the whole situation with Ultima turns out to be the fan theory turns out to be accurate, because it's the same people who presented that idea were also the ones, I think, that presented to me the idea that the big full breakdown of how Alexandria was actually from the 12th rather than a separate shard, because the Thunder Calamity being the Calamity rather than the idea that makes sense to me. Maybe I'm even still wrong, because maybe we're going to find out more about what happened on the 12th now that we're going to have access to it. Or the 9th, sorry. That this is a situation, a place where, again, like, the requirements for a rejoining style situation, a flood of lightning, happened, but the Ascians weren't involved at all. I've had some people thinking that, Preservation is absolutely an Ascian organization. There's absolutely an Ascians in there. And maybe that'll be a reveal. Maybe there was an Ascians in there. But part of me likes the idea that showing that, because they needed to have figured out the path, which means other people could figure it out as well. Or, you know, fall upon the situation by accident. And so, like, they accidentally caused this situation to happen. It wasn't a implied or purposefully caused attempted rejoining, but one created almost entirely in accident by the people of the Reflection through the raw power of Electro. You know, what happens to Alexandria, what happens to the 9th, whether Ultima is involved. I'm curious how it all goes. So I'll definitely be looking forward for when, you know, the next MSQ patch drops that continues the story along, where they seek to take it. Whether I stream it or not. nice, with this squared away, again, I just want to knock this all out. I could have kept it going and stretched it out further, but I really was want to get it squared away, and then now I'm... Even though there was no blocker on it other than my own mental blocker of me deciding this is how things are going to be, didn't want to put in another potential long play game beyond we were already doing with SD Gundam Battle Alliance until this was squared away. With this done, and SD Battle Alliance I think is almost a stream or two away from being done itself too, if my gut feeling is right. We have a lot of throwing in of other games and stuff like that. I have a few ideas for another game that I want to start playing through, but I'm just gonna let some of these other game ideas settle first. I have a few ideas that are coming up. We'll see how they all play out. Anyway, I guess to shill a bit for myself here, if you enjoyed this, whether you're watching the VODs live or after the fact, feel free to drop a follow. I don't push for subs. I'm always kind of just hanging out and playing for fun. Subs, all those will do for me is get me more emote slots that I may want eventually, but I'm not, looking to really push the sub agenda. Mostly a for fun streamer. I'm just doing this kind of to a fun way to spend my evenings and the pay forward, hopefully, the entertainment and sometimes even just white noise provided by other streamers and content creators that I have watched over. It's kind of always been my mission statement. Sometimes I do get in the dumps when I realize how few people are actually, I look at the numbers compared to some other people that I watch. I'm like, well, why do they have this many? Then I realize, it's a very luck-based thing. How much you're putting yourself out there and how much you're trying to play the algorithms and whatnot, when the whole goal of this for me is just kind of a for fun thing. And just remembering that is the keyest point for that. So, I'm not going to be pushing for, people, oh, you need to follow me, you need to subscribe to me, or any of that stuff. If you're enjoying what I'm doing, you can drop a follow. You don't have to. You can. And the VODs, these are going up because I put up all of my Endwalker run onto my YouTube channel, so this will probably go up there too. Whether I do them just week by week, or if I do like I did with Tears of Astalon, or Astalon Tears of the Earth, where I just spent a week and just every day uploaded an episode. Maybe I'll do that. We'll figure it out. But yeah, the YouTube will have most of the stuff I feel is I want to keep for posterity and not let fall into the ether of Twitch after it's been sitting for 90 days, something like that. But the other big reason I want to make sure I got this squared away is that we already had about a week's delay due to the real life stuff. We have more real life stuff happening this week because Wednesday I'm getting my wisdom teeth out, and I will probably be out of commission for 3 to 5 days, specifically in the talking department. I mean, I'm taking the days off of work and I'm gonna be kind of lazing around, but definitely Wednesday. Do not. I will have freshly had my teeth out, so have those fangs removed. So, talking on stream, let alone even just putting something on and not talking during it, seems unlikely. Maybe by Friday or Saturday, I'll recover enough to maybe stream something with or without commentary. Hard to say. But if I am, I'll do something. But for the most part, I feel like this upcoming week is a no-go with regards to streams. So I want to make sure at least I got this squared away before a whole other week of no stream happening. I'll probably have the schedule up soon enough mentioning that. You know, it's something that needs to happen. I feel like better to knock it out, even if I am super anxious about it. I've done as much preparation as I can for it, so I just have to muscle up and, you know, deal with it. It'll happen. I'll suffer through it. Probably hate myself during the time while I'm recovering from it. But once it's all done, hopefully I've done all the right things and recovered cleanly. And then we'll be back into, you know, streaming Gundam, and I might finally do my, you know, VOD, like, Twitch only, not uploading everywhere else, where I just kind of go into what's happened in the past few weeks, and just have, like, a vent stream. A Venom stream. And just kind of unleash complaints into the void. Like, even more so, like, my concerns and stuff about this game are a bit, I feel like, is a few degrees removed from the complaints I've had about just how real life has happened. And how the whole family is having to deal with some nonsense. But my whole short story on that one is the situation of I always complained about I didn't have enough to talk about in streams because my life was very quiet and unassuming because I'm a homebody of a Gorgon. I definitely got my monkey's paw wish regarding having stuff to talk about regarding life. I guess maybe falling out full monkey's paw is like some of, like, it's definitely been obnoxious, but it definitely could have been a lot worse in play. But again, that's gonna be a thing I think we'll delve into if I do end up doing that event stream. The general idea for it is gonna be like something like maybe I could do like Loop Hero or something. I can just kind of keep running passively in the background while I just yammer. More so than usual. I know a lot of times if I'm playing something that requires more direct interaction, I will definitely lose my train of thought. Either completely or end up repeating myself because I've got what parts I touched on, which parts I haven't. As you do. As I do, I should say. And something like Loop Hero may work best for that. There's a little bit, like, there's a post-credits cutscene I also want to kind of comment on, which I think, not in a negative way. It's something that someone pointed out that I thought was an amusing comment that I kind of also want to share via the VOD and commit to history. In the meantime, pull to win! So again, this was, I think, another point I think I kind of agree with a lot of people is having this vocal point during the train repair was a bit weirdly placed. I think I've touched on, I very clearly, as far as I can feel, I've touched on every single thing I wanted to say about the expansion. Particularly on the problematic sides, but hopefully I also hit every point where, you know, my praisings and enjoyments of it. So I kept trying to re-emphasize, like, keep emphasizing, especially like for the last zone, I don't like the kind of forced hand, this has to happen this way for the plot to move forward situation that causes the area, and the area's whole very blatant unwillingness to kind of have any ambiguity. It's like, no, we're not actually the people. Everyone's fine with this, this, that, and the other, without having much, stepping away from that. But a lot of the set pieces that, in plot points, it allowed to have happen because it existed, I think were very good. Like, getting to say thank you to Mika, Prowl getting to meet her parents. Both were very, very good. Aaronville finally getting to kind of come to terms with the fact that his mother is gone. There are a lot of good moments, even if the journey to get there had some questionable turns. Another thing I can think of is I wonder, once I start uploading all these to YouTube, what sort of wild content claims I'm going to get, and how many of them are going to be actually valid. Because in my Final Fantasy V 4-job Fiesta runs, every other, and sometimes groups of them, would get claimed by random people, like random bot groups or something, like who just do those weird YouTube systems where people are allowed to randomly claim stuff. And not only they didn't even claim the music properly, they were saying the music from Final Fantasy V was stuff from the Final Fantasy VII remake games. For some reason. And then, the onus is on, us as the content creators to go, no, that's not actually it. And even then they can just go, oh no, it actually is. And YouTube's gonna fall on their side, which is its own kettle of fish, which I have concerns about. Fortunately, again, I'm not trying to make a profit off of these. I'm doing these for fun. I'm putting them up there for, just as storage, I guess, is the most accurate way to put it. So it doesn't get the streams don't get lost to the void when they fall off of the Twitch time limit. But it is annoying to see, potentially these people these algorithm bot driven, whatever things are making these auto claims that aren't the actual companies, getting money off of the ad revenue because they just can go, oh yep, no, we own that, no, we own this, we own this song by Square Enix, even though we are not Square Enix. And that's the only reason why I fight them every time it comes up, because that part upsets me. I don't like the idea of the people other than the creators getting the money, like making the content claims. Like if it was actually Square Enix going, hey, this is our song, I'd be like, yeah, sure, good, get your money off of it, I guess. Your musicians put in the work. But just some random third party that can just push a button and go, yep, no, that's ours, when it isn't, that bothers me. I'm curious how many of those are gonna get. I'm gonna get hit with that with the 14 streams. And unless it actually is, an actual component of Square Enix, I'm going to refute every single one of them. Not because I need the money or want the money, it's just I don't want them to have it. It's a spite refute, if nothing else. Oh man, 2 legals.
Waka waka!
I feel like my PNG tuber changed a couple times during the course of this. I feel like I might have just been to this one. It's just amazing that I'm almost want to go back to the first stream and see how many iterations back of the PNG tuber I'm at. I think it's just this version, but with the previous eyes. I think I went through a couple minor eye changes, like the hair had already been updated. And it's something I might actually reverse a little bit or make more adjustments to during my downtime, recovering from teeth. Teeth, 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 teeth. We'll see where my energies are. So we have we come back post surgery, and there's another adjustment to the model. You know, I found the energy to do it. If I didn't, I didn't. If it doesn't, then I didn't. I guess it's the proper way to say that. Oh man, at some point apparently I dropped 34 frames. I don't know where that happened, but I just looked at my OBS, and at some point I dropped 34 frames. Weird. Sorry. Clicked out of the game and the audio cut off. I might. I think it's almost done. Soken does such good music. Banger work as always from Soken. Captioner has no idea how to handle his name. There you go. We're just kind of waiting out the remnants now. That's all I basically have to say. Docker, someone as rambly as me. Okay, hold on. It's num 2. Oh, probably this.
I needed that! I needed that!
Right. It's also my hotkey, so you're saying I need that to go faster. I needed that. I needed that to go faster. I think I had it going fast the entire time. I wasn't sure how much faster it was. That's another thing I might eventually do is, again, I still need to set up everything on my Stream Deck. That way they're off the numpads, and that way I can use the numpad for stuff and not accidentally change my expressions or randomly go, you know...
Not scientifically possible!
just out of the blue. Meaning to do that, but I keep getting distracted by other things, so... that might be another thing I work on while convalescing from teeth. One or the other, possibly both. Hopefully not neither. If it's been so bad that I do neither, then that sucks, but hopefully that's not the case. We'll see. All I can do is, again, just make sure I have everything prepared as much as I could, which I think I have. And just, sit here being anxious until it's done. I really should have this on fast forward from the get-go. I forgot how long the friggin' credits are. I don't want to skip them. Because again, a lot of work went into this. Makes you all feel good about the work they did. Said, even though I had complaints here and there and ways I think it could have been adjusted to make it better for me, overall I've enjoyed it. I'm gonna keep saying that just to kind of reiterate that point. Overall, pretty good time. Looking forward to see what happens next. Would I rate it the best expansion ever? No, but I mean I wouldn't rate it the worst either. Honestly, I don't think I've ever rated like each of the expansions because again, I'm very pleased. I think at times I was trying to, unless things are openly egregious, it's hard for me, I think, to say, you know, this one's real bad. I think the bomb might just be the original A Realm Reborn, just due to the initial bloat. Like, that got fixed, but it's still probably the biggest effort to work through if you wanted to start from the beginning. Because that's covering, what, 50 levels? While, you know, the expansions themselves have the benefit of only needing to cover 10. It's 5 times that size, plus the extra little bits that happened after the fact for 50. No, the post MSQ window between that and when Heavensward hit. That weren't, you know, supposed to be leveling up content. It's just more. They'd use the term bloat, but I guess that's the way to put it. They'd cut out a lot of it for sure, but some of it is still there. I probably, you know, if I had to rank it, that one may be at the bottom. After that, it gets a bit flaky, I suppose. Might be Stormblood next. Like actually, the funny thing is that after that might be where Dawntrail and Stormblood would be around, I think. Where it's just like, it's not like they were bad, it's just a lot of like execution choices I think could have made it better. Like, I mean, like, it's not even like we're going like down in D and F rank. Like, I'm talking like A, B, and C. C would probably be like your Realm Reborn. B would be like Dawntrail and Stormblood, and then the rest are up and around the A's, I suppose. I'm not good at tiering things. Don't ask me to do a tier list. Please don't. I'm very bad at these. Here we go. Now we got our key and a whole extra, apparently southern part of extra parts of Tuliyola we still have yet to check out. Yeah, here's the bit that someone pointed out to me that I thought was very funny. Think about that. Now that Erenville has dealt with kind of the situation.
We haven't been able to talk properly. Oh, between the reconstruction work and Papa's funeral, I've hardly had time to breathe.
It's like, you know, again, get to Erenville without his backpack. Like, he's literally, you know, let go of his burden. I didn't think about that until someone like pointed that out, and like, I don't know if that's implied or not, but if it is, that's a very funny and very blatant. Yeah, no, he's dealt with his burden, as shown by him not having his physical burden anymore.
Last. Oh, there's a lull in my duties. You've done more for us than we could ever hope to repay. Thank you from the bottom of my heart.
The big question is if the other people's theories that he's going to be our Beastmaster trainer when that gets put in, or not, considering his penchant, his way with animals.
When we left the Eorzea behind to take part in the contest, none of us could have predicted what complications would follow.
It's an interesting idea, but also I can see them not doing it, if only because they want to keep him around as a character. Like, the Blue Mage character is his own separate thing, because I guess they don't want to, they don't expect you to interact with that. And doing that with Erenville would be kind of a change on that, because you'd have a main character who's part of a limited a limited job. If anything, I figure they may bring back one of the characters from the level, what's the name of that area? Level 80 or 80, 90. The Boja stuff. I was blanking on the name of it.
You truly have a knack for finding trouble, my friend.
Because we have a Lalafell and a Here to pull from for that.
amongst other things. Not just a whole new character.
And you wouldn't have it any other way.
So what's next for you? Assuming you're still set on leaving the Gleaner's life behind?
I feel like if we're exploring additional parts of
I'm off to
Thrall,
fulfill my mother's dream, of
it's
course.
going to be with Aaronville, so where we go to next, at least to start off the MSQ patches, I think will probably be with Aaronville again. So we're kind of doing a redux of the Shatona, or Shaloni adventure, but without, hopefully without the giant Thunderdome showing up again.
Like she had intended, I'll embark on a journey in search of the unknown. She's sure to enjoy my stories when we meet again in the Ethereal Sea.
Honestly, if they can... I don't think it could happen again, unless that they could have another bit of dimensional fusion, considering we have the key. You know what I mean? Another big event like
Sounds
that.
like a plan. But will you have the coin to get by?
I may no longer be a gleaner, but I still have contacts in Sharlayan. Contacts with deep pockets, always eager to pay for information on new or rare species.
You've got it all worked out. And what of you? Any new adventures in the offing?
Kind of like our character
Regardless,
does.
Until you're ready to leave, you're our guest here in Tulihyolal. And this time, I won't pester you to take up a post.
Appreciated.
By now, I know you well enough to know you can't stay in one place. No more than you can ignore the plight of those in need. Your path will always lead you elsewhere, and you'll continue walking it. Isn't that so?
I'm a wandering man. Wandering's what I do. One of these days I'm going to wander away from
the
you.
marrow you are. What is it exactly that spurs you on?
Bears. I do it because of bears. Oh, the joke wasn't that funny. You can groan if you want to. But yeah, that crystal looks... I can definitely see that being Auracite. Whether it is or not, and Ultima is involved, we'll have to see. The crown. Now, the funny thing is, I heard some people saying that maybe that would get a return of Sphene in some form because the crown is her regular, which means her memories were probably backed up. But I figure it was backed up to that terminal, which we dealt with. So, unless it's somehow still stuck en route through the Mecha Ifa tree, through Everkeep. I think it's just showing her crown because that was kind of an indicator of her, showing it was the end of her story or something like that. Well, as much as I'd love to keep chatting, I need to get going. Still a heap of things to do, and it wouldn't do to leave it all to Kona. By the way, did Galulsha decide to remain in Solution 9? He did. I said that he considered Tulihyolal his home, but he's more comfortable over there. Jill keeps an eye on him for us. I actually do not know where he is over there. I'm assuming he's in the back rooms. I should check that out sometime. But we'll visit him as often as we can. He still needs our support, especially while he's agonizing over his inherited authority. Though I told him he needn't make a decision right away, we can't postpone it forever either. I'll do whatever I can to help Galulsha, as well as everyone inside the dome. I promise as much to Sphene. For my part, I'll be keeping to Tyrell for a time. Among other things, I like to look into the problem with the wildlife in Shaloni. So if you get the urge, let's go on another journey together. There's still plenty of places I'd like to show you. Again, that's what kind of my feeling that if our next MSQ point will probably have us doing stuff with Aaronville again. Now that sounds like fun. If you ever needed me, I'll come running. Oh, and before I forget, I also have a gift for you. Can you guess what it is? An alpaca. It comes from Tobley's stable, of course, and is sure-footed as they come. Perfect for an adventurer who's always on the move, huh? Here, this is the whistle for calling it. Yeah. The reward for finishing the MSQ is an alpaca! Get your own alpaca. Right, I'll really get going now. I'm sure we'll meet again soon. Till next time, take care. My alpaca whistle. course, we get the introduction of the raid. Everyone has pointed out to looking like a graphics card, which is not wrong, honestly. Everyone depressed, they need a way to boost their morale. And so, fellow citizens of Alexandria, ever since our beloved queen's passing, you have understandably abided in grief. Sorrow darkens your once bright faces. But is this what Her Majesty would have wished to see? No, most assuredly not. You know this to be true. If we are to honor her memory, we must reclaim our smiles. To that end, we activate the graphics card. Actually, this raid is pretty rad. I've had a fun time with it. I'm not going to stream going through it again, but... To summarize, they've taken the idea of doing like a whole raid revolving around wrestling and all the themes and tropes of that, and have had a really fun time with it. Another reason to come into this if you have not already playing the game. Want a wrestling raid? That's the Arcadian. That's right, friends. After a long hiatus, I am pleased to announce the grand reopening of the Arcadian. The realm's finest fighters stand ready to entertain you in glorious and thrilling combat. Come and join us, I bid you, and let your cares be forgotten. Well, I feel about just being on a bland white background. That could have been something a little more fitting considering what they show for the actual combatants. But, you know. One more little just nitpick on the pile, I suppose. As skies aflame proclaim night's end, and thoughts unto adventures tend. The brave make haste over hill and dale. You went too fast, and so I fail. Music. And my weasel. There we go. Alpaca obtained. Alright, use you to go into the room. We're gonna wrap things up. Would have been sooner, but again, I sat through the credits rather than just kind of skipping through them and didn't think to speed them up until the very end. So. Let us go ahead and... Okay, I did have that up. I thought I did, but I wasn't sure. Deep. And find ourselves someone to raid. As always, we like to end our streams with a raid. Regardless of how many people are... You know, how many or how few people we have. We always want to pay it forward. And I guess we'll... Not too many people out and about right now. Geop is once again looking at houses. We go join Geop in looking at them houses. Let's get him up on the screen. And then we'll go show him some love. As mentioned, there's probably not going to be any streams this week unless I'm feeling above board after the dental surgery.
Like, oh, gross! It's just like.
If you want to keep tabs on that,
which is why I'm
just,
hoping
drop a follow or join the Discord, or follow me on Blue Sky and co-host while it's still around.
Okay, I'm gonna do old world tech. But I've got a question. What's the pit?
Otherwise,
what's this pit right here?
Guys, have yourselves a real good week. Take care of yourselves and be snacks onto one another.
The water goes
and
over
let us get this raid rolling, shall we?
It is probably they probably put gravel in here and put fake plants in here. That's probably the serious
There
answer.
we go.
The goblin
Say
hole.
ta-ta for now, and I'll see you all
I don't
next
know. It
time.
could also just be a laundry chute, you know? It's where you keep the toilet paper. Single person Japanese